Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the GRP. Back at it on a Saturday for this UFC Belgrade fight card. And we got Uroš Medić versus D-Rod, Daniel Rodriguez for the main event. But we're here from the beginning of the prelims, and that means we got to lock in. Good morning, Mom. Morning, Antoine. How you doing? Mom, I hope you're doing well. Worked an overnight shift. Now I'm staying up for this card. Oh, damn. Grinding. That's good, man. Good luck. Hopefully you got some energy to keep yourself awake for this card. But yeah, we got the prelims starting right now. Just waiting for that first fight. But yeah, we're in here for this whole time. We're going to lock in for the whole card. This is only like the second time I've done the whole card. But listen, it's 7 o'clock to answer Antoine's question. It's 7 a.m. for me, and so it's not that early. You know what I'm saying? I've actually been up for a minute because I woke up thinking I needed to go to work. That's how crazy work's been this week. I was already in the work mindset, and I thought I was late for work, and then I realized it's Saturday, and I'm like, well, I do have something to do. But at least it's getting to sit here and chill with everybody on stream and get to watch these fights. So this is fun. I like doing this. The solo watch parties are cool. They're different from the watch parties when I have guests in here, because I get to really like pay attention to every aspect of the fight and I get to break it down, and sometimes it feels a little bit overwhelming when the fights get boring, because then I just feel like I have to, do something to change that. I can't change the fight, so I got to keep talking and stuff like that. But it's fun. I mean, I don't mind it. This is definitely what I like to do. So yeah, here we are, and they're rolling right into these fights. We're 2 minutes after the hour, and they're getting to it, unlike the paper or the numbered events now. But yeah, let's see. This week has been crazy work-wise. I got to go out of town for work again next week, which is rough. And I got some bad news that a family member passed yesterday, so that's always tough. Yeah, but we're here, ready to go, and locked in, and hopefully these are some good fights. So we're gonna get to what do we got first. Let's toss that up there, because they have the fighters are going to be walking up here soon. Oh, before we go too far, got to get that Noctane in, because of course early in the morning we need the Noctane more than ever. So let me give a shout out to my sponsor, Noctane Smelling Salts. We're going to get this going and yeah, kick the morning off right. It keeps me awake and alert. That's why I like this. It's the most potent bottle. I got to clean up this bottle because it leaked a little bit, and now it's all dirty around the edge. But here we go. Noctane Smelling Salts. Okay, not as strong as Thursday. Hold on. Let me try to get this going. I didn't even shake it up. I did nothing with it because I kind of forgot. So you have to kind of shake it up to get that going. Here we go. Oh, okay. There it is. See, you got to get it going, especially when the bottle's been around for a minute and I've been using it. So Noctane, appreciate the sponsorship. Scan that QR code that's at the bottom of the screen. There's a link in the description below. And yeah, check it out. Get yourself a bottle. It keeps you awake and alert. It's a good product, and I like it, so I appreciate the sponsorship. Here we go, getting started with the first fight of the night. And we have, hold on one second. What happened to my, oh, we got Marina Spasic versus Stephanie Luciano happening in the first fight of the night on the prelim card. So we're starting off with the women in the strawweight division. Spasic is 7-1 overall. 0-0 in the UFC, making her UFC debut. Stephanie Luciano, 7-2 overall. 2-1 in the UFC. Spasic is the way to say her name. I do like listening to the broadcast for that part, because, they kind of have to they kind of have, well, I don't know about have to, but it's better practice for them to be able to say the names properly. So they have pre-recorded versions of the fighters themselves saying their name. So, that's how you kind of learn how to say the name. So sometimes I do like hearing the broadcast for that part. But Stephanie Luciano coming off a win by submission over Ravina Oliveira. That was a rear naked choke win for her in the 3rd round. Before that, she lost to Sam Hughes by decision. And then her other win in the UFC is Talita Alencar by decision as well. So her last fight was a submission. We'll see if we can get another finish out of her in this one against Marina Spasic, making her UFC debut. She looks pumped up and ready to go. 7-1 versus 7-2. Jake Paul about to make Dana White have sleepless nights. Johnny, man, are you against Dana White that much, or are you just that much of a Jake Paul lover? Or do you just like to troll it? It might be any of those. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw Jake's video on YouTube, but yeah, he's talking the talk. So let's see if he walks the walk. You know what I'm saying? Like, he had all of these great things to say about the PFL when he first signed with them and was in a partnership with them. They kind of just used his name to get things out there in the beginning, when he was signed with PFL before. And then there was always the talk about Jake, I love competition, monopoly is bad. No, that's actually the best point of it all, Johnny, to be honest with you. And that's why I hope it succeeds, because you can see by everything UFC, that I love the UFC, but I do feel like the competition is good, and I feel like that gives the fighters a way to negotiate their wages, and if there's someone else to go to, the UFC can't just do whatever they want. And while I love the company as a whole, as far as what it's done for the sport, and I follow it the most, I would love to have a second organization that I can follow and really put time and effort into paying attention to who's over there. But, I've been kind of bit in the ass by all the other organizations, because I tried my best to keep up with it, to pay attention to it, and it just becomes so lackluster and boring. And then it's so difficult to figure out what's happening with them. Their websites are horrible. Their promotion is bad, and it just makes it not fun. And the UFC is so established that they kind of have it down to a science at this point, but they still mess up. So, they're not perfect. So there is opportunity in there for somebody to come in and start to, break down that wall of between first and second place in the hierarchy of MMA organizations. And it'd be nice to see a second one come in and be a true second place that has an opportunity to at least give some actual competition to the UFC. They take things for, yeah, they do, because they're the only game in town that matters. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, Spasic versus Luciano, starting right now, round 1, getting into it. I need to figure out my timer. I used to have a timer, especially for these solo ones. I used to have a timer that I could keep up on the screen, and I can start it every time the round starts. It's an extra thing for me to have to do, which is tough on nights that I have guests in here. But I would like it to be on the screen. That way you guys know where we are or where I'm at with the round and, stuff like that. Oh, shit. Spasic throwing some good combinations and landing on Luciano, but Luciano pressing her up against the cage now, tying her up and getting her in the clinch. So we'll see where this goes. Usman just fought his last contractual fight. I'm waiting to see what he does. Yeah, did you see what he said in the cage too? By the way, beautiful finish by him. Head kick, wobbled his opponent, jumped on him and finished him. And he landed some good punches after that too. So yeah, what he said in the cage was, he said this was the last fight on my contract, and these guys like to talk. He's standing next to Jake Paul, and he's like, these guys like to talk about how Dana White doesn't like to pay the fighters. He's like, well, now's their time to prove to me that they'll pay me. So he said, we'll see what they want to pay me. So Yeah, man, that's interesting because Usman Nurmagomedov is a beast. We've seen what he can do. Does he hold up against the competition in the UFC? I think he would do fairly well. Will he be the best? Will he be the champ? I think he has a great chance to. Um, he's one of those fighters that stands out amongst the rest in any other organization. He stands out as one of the guys that should be in the UFC. But we've seen what happens. Oh, Luciano with some good combinations, landing some good punches there. And yeah, these girls are going at it for the first fight of the night. 2 minutes and 58 seconds into the first round, or left in the first round. Oh shit. Good combo by Spasic. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Usman, uses his, his free agency to get some good money, and we'll see if MVP MMA comes through. This might be the perfect time because they're going to want to hold on to the fighters that mean something, the fighters that people actually pay attention to in that organization. So, oh my God, Luciano coming through with some big punches, landing a big left and a big right. Spasic comes through with a good left of her own. These girls are throwing, man. This is a good fight to start off the night in the prelims. So yeah, Usman, this is like the perfect time because MVP is going to want to keep anybody that matters, and he's so dominant over there, and he's done well. He's undefeated. He's a champion. It would do nothing but good for them to keep somebody like that there, just like Dakota Ditcheva as well. Oh, Luciano with the takedown, gets into full mount right away, takes her back as Spasic turns her back. Oh, Luciano trying to get that body lock in, and she's got the choke, and she choked her out. Luciano with the submission for the second fight in a row. First round finished by submission. And that's 2 straight wins with submissions. That was a great fight though, man. I'm not going to lie. I mean, it only lasted 1 round. We get a finish early. That hardly ever happens with women. If we get a finish, it's usually later in the round. And they both put up a good fight. They both had good back and forth combinations landing on each other. And as soon as Luciano got it to the ground, she was able to put herself in a dominant position and get that choke. So that was a great first fight, man. I like the way the night's starting. Spasic looks pretty upset by her loss. Understandably, it's her UFC debut, and she got choked out quickly in the first round. All that training, But, she got wobbled. Luciano threw a kick. They're showing the replay right now. Oh, man, that was a 5-punch combination by Luciano, and then she got that takedown quickly. Yeah, that was a fun first fight, man. Honestly, usually I'm not so excited when the women are starting, but it seems like every time I talk shit about the fact that the women are getting the night started off, they tend to do something good. So, shit, I'll keep talking shit just to get proven wrong every time. I'm okay with that. I got some flavored Red Bull getting started. It's probably not the best thing to have, but I try to keep it at like 1 a day at the most. I usually try not to have any, but it's one of those days I want to have a Red Bull. This is coconut berry. I don't know if anybody has a favorite flavor. I usually like the watermelon. That's my go-to usually, but this one's pretty damn good as well. PFL can reach millions with Netflix. Well, that's the thing. PFL was going under because they just didn't have you're about to grow wings. Yep. PFL they couldn't wrap up a broadcast deal, you know what I mean? They were on ESPN for a little bit, and it was looking grim. And I mean, it wasn't looking good for them, and it just kind of seemed like they were dwindling more and more and more. They ditched the whole tournament style. They ditched the whole points and season stuff and all that bullshit. And they tried to just do straight up MMA like the UFC does. But not, there was no attention grabbing. The promotion just wasn't there. And those kinds of things matter. So with them merging with MVP MMA, MVP has a standing relationship with Netflix. Is that where it's going to go for sure? We don't know. I mean, they haven't confirmed that yet. But if that is where it goes, yeah, they'll definitely reach millions. Jake Paul in that video I was talking about, said that the MVP MMA card got 9 million US viewers concurrent, and yet the White House card only got 7 million. And it's like, okay, that's not a huge, that is a huge dip. 2 million is a huge difference, but in the overall aspect of things, if you think about it, Netflix reaches so many more people than Paramount Plus, because almost everybody has Netflix. You know what I mean? It's a well-established streaming, outlet. But when it comes down to it, Paramount Plus just isn't that far-reaching. So of course they're going to get more views. I mean, to me, it would be more impressive if the UFC got more views with the lower outreach of Paramount Plus, but it was kind of expected. I don't know that anybody really left. I don't know if that MVP MMA card really left too much in anybody's head about, it didn't resonate with too many people. The White House card did, because the White House card was amazing. All finishes. Watermelon Red Bull is my favorite. Yeah, that's usually my go-to for sure. I like the original Red Bull as well, but I will take watermelon over anything most of the damn time. But this coconut berry one's pretty fucking good. But yeah, watermelon Red Bull with vodka. Whew. I mean, that's dangerous. You don't want to have too many of those, because you don't want to have too much Red Bull vodka. That's kind of a frat boy drink, but I do enjoy one every once in a while. And with watermelon especially, damn good. This coconut berry too is good with some vodka. Right now, just drinking some straight up Red Bull. No alcohol just yet. But listen, it's 7:15 in the morning. It's not like I started at 4 a.m. like before. So when these main cards starts, I'll probably be having a drink. That'll be about 10 a.m. Sometimes I'm drinking this early anyway for golf, so why not do it during the podcast? But I am gonna wait a little bit and probably wait till the main card, maybe. But yeah, as far as MVP MMA goes, Jake likes to point out all the things that are convenient. You know what I mean? And of course, like I said, of course. Sorry, I got distracted. By Luciano. Anyway, the MVP MMA, yeah. Jake likes to point out the obvious things, and of course, I mean, it makes the most sense. It's the things that are obvious, right? But he'll use anything against Dana White just to be able to get the upper hand on him, and he likes to get under Dana White's skin, because he knows Dana is bothered by it, regardless of whether or not he lets you know that or whether or not he actually shows it. He is, yeah, you could tell that he hates Jake Paul. He's so fucking annoying, you could tell, or he's so annoyed by it, and you can tell. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens, because, I mean, the beginning is always the hardest part, Sure, there's all this hype. Oh, MVP MMA merges with PFL. They absorb all their, all their fighters and all that. But that's what PFL did to Bellator, and they couldn't take it anywhere. And, they tried to incorporate things like having Jake Paul involved and stuff like that. But now Jake Paul's at the head of it. Him and his team do well with boxing. He also said that they're merging MVP boxing with MVP MMA, and they're gonna have, I don't know if they're gonna have boxing and MMA on the same cards or what they're planning on doing, but it seems to me that they're taking advantage of the situation that they're in. They've done well with boxing. What? Why am I dropping frames? That's not good. Okay. Huh. That's weird. I haven't seen that happen. Hopefully that stops, because that's annoying. Okay. Well, hopefully it's not buffering or anything for like that for you guys. MMA and boxing should be separate. I think so too, to be honest with you. Because I feel like it should definitely not be on the same card. I don't think that's gonna, but if what I think they might be trying to do is they might be trying to get more eyes on the boxing as well, and also bring maybe the boxing audience over to the MMA portion. So is that going to be something that is a good thing? I don't know. I mean, of course, changing it up and trying to be different about it is something that might be a good idea to some people. I just don't know that it's a good idea in this aspect, because a lot of people that watch the UFC are going to stick to watching the UFC and not watching anything else, and not go out of their way to watch anything else if they have to deal with the boxing in between, if they're not, if they're not wanting to watch the boxing. That's the thing. So there's a lot to talk about when it comes to this merger, because there's not a lot we know just yet. But I just think that they need to watch how they try to bring attention to it, because I think that's what kills the momentum pretty quickly, is when they try to put too much effort into the beginning and they overwhelm people, and then people get turned off by it. So everyone's of course going to be pretty interested to see what happens. So the first couple shows might be kind of big. If the first one flops though, that's tough. But there's going to be growing pains. There's going to be, the beginning of stuff, get started. They're going to want to try to do different things, and it might be a little rough. But Jake Paul's done pretty well with what he's done with boxing so far. So hopefully he can bring that into, what he's doing with MMA and allow it to be something that is successful. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. That's really all there is to it. All right, who do we got up next? Jovan Leka versus Alexander Popik is your next fight. Jovan Leka, I guess is how you say it. Versus Alexander Popik. All right. That is our next fight up. The first fight was good. We had Stephanie Luciano with a first round finish, rear naked choke submission. Good back and forth on that one. And it was good back and forth on that one. Some really good striking to get that fight started off. And then Luciano found that opening to get the double leg takedown, put herself in a good position right away. And Spacek let her take her back. She gave her back, and Luciano took advantage of that and sunk in that rear naked choke deep quickly and was able to get the win in the first round by submission. So good first fight of the night for the prelims at UFC Belgrade. And next up we have Jovan Leka versus Alexander Popik. Popik making his way to the cage right now, and we'll get started with that next fight. Anybody watching in the chat right now, you guys got any favorite fights on this card? Anything you're looking forward to? Do you have any bets going? I don't usually make picks on the I don't usually make picks on the prelims, but I do make picks on the main card, and I'll show you those picks when we get closer to that main card. Leading up to the start of it, I make picks, and then I have a fight wheel that randomly makes predictions as well, and then I check to see how I do against the randomized picks of the fight wheel. So if you don't watch the show regularly, that's what happens on Thursdays. We do the previews of the fights coming up over the weekend, and then make fight predictions. The co-main and main. Those are your favorite fights. All right, got you. Yeah, I mean, we'll see how Navajo Sterling does against Jan Blachowicz. I mean, that's a seasoned vet versus undefeated, somewhat newer guy. And I don't think Navajo's really fought anybody like Jan, but Jan is older. I think he's like 42, 43, and he's slowing down. And he hasn't really got those big knockouts that he was getting in the past. But, you know, he might be able to drag it out to a decision win. Unfortunately, that's kind of how a lot of his previous fights have been. And not that exciting, honestly. So, you know, he's had some draws and stuff like that that were kind of lackluster. So it makes it difficult. So we'll see if he is able to make the fight interesting this time, and we'll see what kind of a fight Navajo Sterling brings to Jan Blachowicz. All right, so I definitely have something that's eating up my okay, I see what was happening. Yeah, I had a little hiccup there with some drop frames and maybe some buffering, but I think I found the culprit of that, and that's kind of annoying because, dude, Tapology is just it's such a sucker of CPU. And that's because there's so many ads, and now you can pay to have ad free, and it's only $3 a month, but it's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, I get that you need to, you know, it's just overwhelmingly bad now with the pop-ups and stuff. It makes me want to, it's just, I'm so used to using it, and that's why I like using it. But when it's just draining my computer because there's so many, you know, and I have decent RAM and memory on this computer, but I mean, it just kills everything sometimes. So, but it is a good way to find out information about the fights and the fighters. So that's what's a little bit tough, because I like going to that and having all that information at hand. But, you know, we can find other ways. SureDog is another one that I used to go to all the time, but I do like Tapology's information a little better. But maybe SureDog isn't so taxing on my computer. They do have ads and stuff as well. It's just, I think the way that the ads pop up is the problem. And I think that's what makes a lot of things just bad. Then again, I do like having everything up on the screen. Maybe that's my problem too, is I have so many things going on. I have a bunch of tabs open that I actually use. So that might be part of the problem too, but it is what it is. One of these days, I'm gonna wind up probably upgrading to a PC, like a desktop PC, you know, similar to the ones that like streamers use and stuff, because they're just powerful, and they handle everything. But I see these streamers with these big powerful PCs that have issues as well. So I mean, you know, we may be in 2026 and there may be a bunch of AI and stuff like that, but we still have issues with computers. As far advanced as they are, you can walk around with a computer in your pocket basically, because phones can be used for so many goddamn things. But sometimes the computer just can't handle everything all at once, and for the power you need, you need to have good internet, you need to have a good computer. But and I have both, but there's still problems sometimes. It's tough. So luckily, I have very few problems recently, and the biggest problem's been my power going out, and that's because of storms. Monsoons here in Arizona get crazy, and sometimes you just got to deal with it. So it is what it is. But here we go. Second fight of the night, we got Jovan Leka versus Alexander Popik happening right now. Leka is 13-2 overall. Popik is 21-5. About to get started right now. The beginning of the first round. Popik comes out. I mean, Popik looks huge, man, and he's pretty built. Leka is big himself, but in a different way. This is a heavyweight bout, though. Jovan Leka on a 6-fight win streak. He fought in the Dana White's Contender Series, and then he fought over at Brave and at Armada before he made his way back over to the UFC. Obviously, in the heavyweight division, we're lacking some decent fighters. So these guys come in and good leg kick by Popik. Good right hand by Leka. Yeah, both these guys are making their UFC debuts, so we'll see what they have for us. So far, they're engaging, some good back and forth strikes. Popik throwing a good combination right there, landing one out of the two punches. Leka going for some good leg kicks. We'll see if we get some action here. Ooh, nasty oblique kick by Popik. Leads with the head kick. I mean, follows up with a head kick, but partially blocked. Leka's the heavy favorite in the arena. They're spamming his name in the crowd right now. Popik's on the outside, just circling, while Leka takes the center of the cage, kind of stalking Popik down. Ooh, good body kick by Leka, and he hurt Popik bad, and now he jumps on him, and he finishes the fight with that nasty body kick. Holy shit. Out of nowhere, lands the body kick, probably caught the liver in it because Popik doubled over in pain, and that's the end of that one. Holy shit. Great finish for Leka, who was kind of the guy just, sitting back, waiting for an opening. He found that opening, takes it full advantage of that first opening he found for that body kick, and drops Popik, finishes him with some ground and pound, and that's it in the first round. Great couple of first fights to start off this prelim card, man. Especially because, sometimes on these overseas cards, with a lot of like regional fighters making their UFC debut, it can go either way. Oh, he definitely caught the liver with that one, I think. Oh yeah. Oof, God. That was a nasty kick. Damn. Sound like a baseball bat hitting him. Heavy kick to the body. Finishes it up with some punches as Popik doubles over in pain from that liver kick. Oof. It's a great way to get started here for the UFC Belgrade prelims. Now, let's hope that this, it's not a card filled with great prelims and then turns into a snooze fest for the main card, because that happens a lot too. But great way to start so far. 2 first-round finishes. 1 submission and 1 TKO. Now, the first fight had a lot of good striking back and forth, and it ended in submission. And then this fight, little slow go at the beginning, but it picked up, and then Leka just found a good opening and landed that kick, and that was a big, heavy kick to the body, drops Popik, and finishes him on the ground. Yeah, Belgrade, I mean, that's in Serbia. Uroš Medić is the main event versus D-Rod, and yeah, I feel like that might be a quick finish, man, because who knows how, I mean, is D-Rod going to feel things out, or is he going to come out just, crazy? He's usually a slower starter. And Medić is one of those guys that's, he finds a way in and he takes advantage. So that might be the big difference here, especially with D-Rod having been out for a year, basically, as last fight was July of last year. And we are now in, August 1st. So it's been a year, and he spent a lot of that time in prison in Mexico. So not the ideal way to spend a year off. And we'll see how much that affected him in this main event tonight. Deep Waters. Does anybody watch or listen to the Deep Waters podcast with Poirier and Gamebred, Masvidal, Chris Weidman, and Dean Thomas? I've tried to listen to a couple of them. It's almost more like a pre or post fight show, it feels like. So, I don't know. There's just something about it that doesn't really okay. I don't know what you're trying to say there, Align, but hopefully you come back with finishing whatever word you were putting in there. Welcome in, though. Appreciate you guys. Hey, anybody that's in here right now, please hit that like button while you're here. I'd appreciate that. That helps the channel out. If you like what you're seeing, and don't mind hitting that subscribe button as well. You can check out my previews on Thursdays for the fight cards coming up. I focus mainly on UFC, but I talk about all the combat sports, and then I do my recaps of the weekend's fights on Sunday. Where can I show the fights? Oh, it's on Paramount Plus for us here in America. If you're outside of America, I'm not exactly sure where they are showing the fights, unfortunately. So yeah, I can't show the fights. Unfortunately, that's something. You're from Germany, okay. Let me see if I can find out. DAZN UFC Fight Pass shows early prelims and prelims. Musaev is my big cousin. Oh, okay. I didn't know DAZN shows UFC. DAZN costs money. Yeah, I know. So does Paramount Plus. You got a subscription, so that's the problem. I don't know where you can watch it. I mean, there's always try stuff like TikTok, and any social media. You might just put in UFC Belgrade live or something like that. DAZN costs a lot. Yeah. I understand, and not everybody can afford to or wants to spend the money on that. But unfortunately, those are the only ways to watch it legitimately. Otherwise, if you can just search on social media. Sometimes you find somebody on there who, will be showing stuff or something like that. So that's the best advice I can give you. Unfortunately, I don't do any of that because I like my channel. I want to keep it, so I can't show any of the fights. But yeah, good luck, man. I hope you can find a way to watch the fights. I understand it. They make it difficult now. Everything's behind a paywall. Everything is, you got to pay for everything, and it's rough. I spend way too much money. Well, I spend a lot less now that we don't have to pay for pay-per-views, but I understand that the international fans out there have to pay money in order to watch a lot of it. So I still have to pay for the Paramount Plus subscription, but I already had one anyway because I watch a lot of shows on there. I don't have cable or anything like that. I stream. I watch streaming services. So yeah, but yeah, not everybody can afford to do that or wants to spend their money on that. So I understand that as well. There's always different ways. You just have to put in the time and effort to search. Hey, what's up? All is good. Thanks for jumping in, man.
What's happening with you, man?
What's happening with you, man? Good morning. Appreciate you for jumping in on this early morning. It's 7:40 where I'm at, so it's not too early. It's early, but not too early, thankfully. But yeah, we're here doing it. We had 2 great fights. I don't know if you saw them. All is good. We had the first fight of the night with the women. First round finish by submission. Stephanie Luciano gets a rear naked choke submission on Spasic, and then we had Jovan Leka getting a TKO win over Alexander Popik by body kick, and then he finished it with some ground and pound. So some pretty good fights so far. 2 first round finishes, and now we're back to the women. Nina Molisen versus Haley Cowan is our next fight. Let me see. What is it? Nina Milisovic. I'm sorry, Milisovic. It's hard, man. It's hard to fucking know exactly how these names. There's a lot of names that end in IC and sound like something different with these Serbian fighters or people from that area. Oh shit, what am I doing? Nina Milosevic, I think. Milosevic. Versus Haley Cowan. That is your fight coming up next. So hopefully we get another good one here. I mean, so far so good. 2 fights down, 2 finishes, and some good fights so far. Let's see. Nina Milosevic is making her UFC debut, I believe. Yeah, coming out of Brave CF, which is a pretty good promotion. I don't mind that promotion at all. She's on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fight win streak coming into this. She is 8-1 overall. She lost her first pro fight by split decision, and then she's won every fight since then. A lot of submissions, a few TKOs, and then a few decisions. So a good mix of things happening with Milosevic. And then we got Haley Cowan coming in at 7-5. She's 1, 2, 3 fights into the UFC, coming off of Dana White's Contender Series, and she's 0-3. So she's on a 3-fight losing streak, which is tough. But she lost to Ellis Pereira by KO. She got hit with a knee. Nora Cornelli by submission, rear naked choke, and then Jamie Lynn Horth, she lost in her first fight in the UFC by unanimous decision. She won in Dana White's Contender Series back in 2022 by split decision, but she has yet to get an official win in the UFC. So she'll be looking to get that first win and drop this 3-fight losing streak. It's tough. I know there's not a lot of women out there, so that's probably why she's still around. But when you get 3 losses in a row, you know, it starts to wear on whether they want to keep you around or not. So we'll see if she can get a win here and spoil the debut of Nina Milosevic, or if Nina Milosevic will come in and put on a great performance in her UFC debut and get a win in her first fight of her career in the UFC. Rubella is hitting home runs in the minor leagues and is getting called back up. What? Is that legit? Are you talking about Rubella's to Spain? The hell? I didn't even know he played baseball. Unless you're just trolling. Oh, maybe you're metaphorically speaking, as in the minors. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. I'm taking the literal form here. I know what you're saying. An analogy, man. Yeah. It's still early. I'm still getting myself together here. Yeah, and then I had technical difficulties for a second, so I was yeah, I got you. Yeah, we'll see how he does, man. He did not do well in the UFC the first time in. So I'm always, worried that he's gonna come in and just for some reason the cage is different, the lights are different, the crowd is different. How's he gonna fare coming in for the second time in a row? Second time in a row. Damn, Haley Cowan is a plus 400 dog. Milosevic is a minus 550 favorite. Wow. If you bet on this fight and you bet on Haley Cowan, I mean, you got a chance to make some good money, but that's a tough one when she's on a 3-fight losing streak and her opponent's on an 8-fight win streak. But her opponent's coming into the UFC for the first time, and that makes a difference. But is Haley Cowan a true UFC representation of an opponent? I don't know, because she's 0-3 and hasn't fared well so far in the UFC. We'll see what they have to get this fight started. For the third fight of the night on the prelims, so far, 2 really quick fights ending in the first round. And now we got the third fight of the night, second women's fight. This one happening in the bantamweight division. Queen Beast is Nina Milicevic. That's her nickname. That's interesting. All right, here we go. Getting ready to start the first round. Nina Milosevic versus Haley Cowan. Start of the first round right now. Haley Cowan's last fight, they're talking about her suffering a big loss with eating a big knee like that and getting knocked out. That was back in April of this year. So a few months ago. We'll see how she recovers from that and how she bounces back, and if she bounces back from that. Looking for her first official UFC win after 3 fights, while Milosevic, is looking for her first UFC win in her debut. A little slow going at it. Cowan throwing some punches and landing a little bit. Not really following through, though. Milosevic just kind of stalking her down. Cowan's definitely the more active fighter at the moment. Milosevic just landed a good right hand, though, as Cowan came in. We'll see if we get some action here. Cowan putting together some nice combinations. But Milosevic is using that right hand well, and she keeps catching Cowan coming in. Some good exchanges back and forth here, but nothing big has really landed. Ooh, good left hand there by Cowan as she pushes back on Milosevic. Oh, Milosevic with that right hand again. Cowan's mixing up the kicks as well in between all the strikes. Cowan tries for a takedown, but shoots from way too far out. Milosevic tries for the head kick, but it gets blocked. We're just slow going in this first round. We got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left of the first round. Both of them going after with some striking. Cowan's the only one that's tried for a takedown so far, but was unsuccessful. Milosevic hasn't really been on the offensive. She's been more counterpunching than anything. And Cowan's been the one to really press forward. but neither one of them having too big a success so far. Milosevic with that right hand has landed a few times on Cowan, but hasn't done a lot of damage just yet. Good left hand by Cowan there, but not too flush of a punch. A lot of bouncing around, a lot of waiting. Cowan taking, she's taking the forward momentum, but it's just leading to nothing really. Uh-oh. Oh, she got hit with a body shot by Milosevic and doubles over in pain. Kind of delayed reaction. Milosevic jumps on her. Oh, she hits her in the body again, and it's over. Milosevic with the body shots. That's 2 fights in a row that are TKOs by body shots. That's insane. So Cowan got hit with that body shot. I kind of missed the shot. I didn't even see the first one. But then Cowan doubles over in pain, like in a delayed reaction, and Milosevic tries to jump on her. And Cowan, backs her off a little bit, but then Milosevic jumps back in and takes the offensive finally. And she puts together some combinations that winds up landing a body shot again and just puts Cowan out. Okay, there's that first straight right hand to the solar plexus. And Cowan just kind of bends over and is like, oh, you could see the pain on her face, took the breath out of her. And then she lands a second one again. And that just puts Cowan down. And the ref calls it. Wow. Great body shots from these Serbian fighters. Holy shit. Three fights down, 3 finishes, 2 TKOs, 1 submission. Pretty fun fight so far, man. I thought this one was going to be a long, drawn-out fight because both these women were kind of feeling each other out a bit, not really taking too many chances. Cowan was really pressing forward, but that puts her out at a 4-fight losing streak, which is not good in the UFC. But the women's divisions are not very deep, so that might be Haley Cowan's saving grace. But this is the second fight in a row for her getting TKO'd, and that's tough, man. She's lost 1 by decision, 1 by submission, and 2 by TKO now. None of the actually the decision obviously went to the 3rd round, but the rest, they're progressively getting faster that she's been losing. So I don't know what's going to happen with her, man. We'll see, because as soon as you lose 3 in a row, it's tough to even get another one. And then you lose 4 in a row. And unless you're a big name, a lot of times that means your UFC career is over, at least for the time being. You can always make your way back. But Haley Cowan has not had good luck in the UFC. Lost 3 out of the 4 by finish. And then her first fight lost by decision. So, yeah, tough one. Zuffa Boxing happening in Dublin, Ireland next week. McKenna versus O'Leah. Kellen Walsh also fighting on that card. Okay. Ooh, next up, we got Mateusz Rebecki versus Kyle Prepolek for your next fight in the men's lightweight division. That's going to be a banger. Strickland, contrarian to your main. Anybody watched the 4-hour podcast that Strickland did? I have not got a chance to watch or listen to it, but I've heard a lot about it. A lot of heavy stuff. It's weird because, I understand, Strickland wanting to maybe get his story. Maybe he doesn't want to get his story out there, but maybe people want to hear his story. But it's weird because he'll talk shit about anybody else talking about their hardships and their life stories and stuff like that. But then he's got this whole backstory of things. And it's weird because if anybody makes fun of him, he just kind of tries to come back at them or whatever. And it's just, I don't know. I think he's somewhat hypocritical when it comes to those types of things, because he'll make fun of somebody crying on camera or something like that, but yet he'll turn around and do it himself. So maybe he just feels like, who cares? I'll just you know, I'll just do my thing, and that it is what it is. People can talk as much shit as they want, but who knows? Who knows? Milosevic she wanted to say something else, but Bisping just ran out the cage. So now she's yelling in the camera. Anybody else watching The Ultimate Fighter? I heard there was some drama going on in The Ultimate Fighter as well, with DC trying to say that there was an illegal kick, but it wound up apparently everybody's saying it landed to the chest and not the head. But I guess they're calling DC mentally ill, saying if you think that was an illegal shot. But hey, man, sometimes DC is one of those guys that will do anything to make sure that he wins, or anything to make sure that something that seems like a foul is a foul, just because he doesn't want to lose. But yeah, it sounds like he went a little far with that. All right, so next up, after 3 finishes in a row, a fight that I think we're probably going to get a finish in as well. Or if not, we're just going to get a crazy ass fight, because Mateusz Rebecki has a few fight of the night bonuses. Win or lose. Most of them have been losses for him. But he puts on a show, that's for damn sure. Kyle Prepolek, I think, is one of those guys that is willing to go in there and fight it out, and not hesitate for the most part. So we'll see if we get a good one out of this as well. Let's see. Rebecki is 20-5 overall, and he is on a 3-fight losing streak as well, just like Haley Cowan was. And he lost his 3 fights, 2 by decision. One was a unanimous, one was a majority. That was against Chris Duncan and Ludovic Klein. And then he lost to Grant Dawson in his last fight by submission. And then before that, he got a win over Miktabek Orobai in that crazy split decision win in that crazy fight. So yeah, he's had a few really good fights with some bonuses in there as well. That's what I like about Tapology. They'll tell you fight of the night or performance of the night bonuses, on top of the fact that they give you a breakdown quickly of the UFC wins and losses and stuff like that. And SureDog doesn't do that, but Tapology is just a fucking memory sucker. Let's see if I can bring it back up. Maybe it'll work a little better for me this time, because I am always interested to see the extra information. And I know $3 a month doesn't sound like much, but when you have a bunch of other things that you subscribe to, it makes it difficult to want to spend even more money. But yeah, sometimes it's worth it when it comes to getting the information you need. So Rebecki is 4-4 in the UFC. 3 of his last 4 fights, 4 of his last 5 have been losses. Not sure if you remember, this is a real old school GRP. All is good equals 305 chunks. Oh, was that your name before? Is that what you're saying? All is good. I do remember 305 chunks for sure. So I want to know, like, how do you guys come up with these names? Like, what? I'm always like wondering what's behind the names. You know what I mean? The names on YouTube, especially, because people come up with some shit. Let's let's see. Rebecca had 3 bonuses in a row, all fight of the night. And it was against Diego Fajeda, which he lost by TKO in the 3rd round. He beat Miktabek Oro by decision. Lost to Chris Duncan by decision. And lost to Ludovic Klein by decision. And then his last fight was against Grant Dawson. Lost by rear naked choke. So all is good equals 305 chunks. So I'm assuming that means that's who you were, which is kind of funny because I do remember that name. But yeah, Rebecca on a 3-fight losing streak. So verify your connection to this event promotion in order to update the fight. What? Weird. I don't know why that popped up. Anyway, Kyle Prepelic, 18-10 overall. He is 0-4 in the UFC. What is with the records on this card? He did get a fight of the night bonus against Drew Dober. But he lost to Benoit Saint Denis before that by submission. Oh, okay, I see. So his UFC record is 0-4. He lost 2 fights in the beginning. Trying to say I've been a real long time viewer. Oh, I got you. All is good. I figured that's what you meant. Yeah, I do remember. I didn't realize that you were the same person though. 305. I do remember that name. So I appreciate that. All is good. I always appreciate your support and your interaction, man. It's always fun to talk to you. You always, give me kind words and always some good interactions. I'm watching this D-Rod highlight from his last couple fights against Kevin Holland. Yeah, I mean, he looked good in his last few fights. He was on a 3-fight win streak before being out for a year. Where are you from? All is good. I don't remember if you've said that before. And what made you change your name? I'm kind of curious about that. Damn, D-Rod is almost 40 years old. Holy shit. I mean, he still looks like he's in good shape from what I've seen, but, we'll have to wait and see what that year of being in prison did to him. 8 months, but, he's been gone from the fight game for 3 years, for a year, 3 years. Uroš Medić is ranked 14. D-Rod is ranked 15. Surprised D-Rod's still ranked after being out for a year. God, Kyle Prepelic, he needs a win, but being that he got a fight of the night bonus and is the reason in his last fight is the reason why I say he's definitely willing to get into that dogfight. And Rebecca, as we've seen before, definitely exciting fighter, is not scared to mix it up and go after his opponent. And I think we might get some fireworks here. It's funny when you hear the name. I say Mateusz Rebecki, and John Anik just said Mateusz rounds Becky. Yeah, it's tough, man. These names are, whew. Well, the Red Bull's gone. I do like to drink some tea, and a lot of times I'll put some tea in something like this so that I have something to sip on in between other stuff. I drink a lot of water too, but man, I feel like I drowned myself in water yesterday. Yesterday was a different type of day of work. Not different really in the beginning, but later on, I wound up. I was on a boom lift for the beginning of the day, and it was just hot as shit, man. It was so hot. And I just felt like garbage when I got done with that, but I still had other things I had to do. Luckily, I got a good break in between there. I had my lunch break in between and stuff like that. And then I had to go pick up like my per diem because I'm going out of town next week again. And it was just one of those days where just being out in the heat, man. Yesterday was just so fucking hot here in Arizona. I was like, holy shit. And then in the morning I had to go and I had to unhook some stuff for like an automatic overhead door, because we have access control where you read your card and it opens the door. So we have some wiring that we had to connect to that, and I had to take it out because they're replacing the door, and then I had to come back whenever they were done. But the last time they did this, like a week ago, they replaced one of the doors and they had all kinds of trouble. One of my guys was there multiple different times and wound up not getting home till like 7:30 at night because he kept having to go back and wait and then do the wiring. So they were like, "Oh, we'll call you when we're ready." So I kind of left work early because I knew I was gonna have to go back, and it was probably gonna be at least an hour, if not two. Wound up being a couple hours, and I did have to go back, so I didn't get home till like 6 p.m. Which wasn't horrible, but you know, I came home and I just kind of passed out for a little bit because I was so tired. And I was just like, man, I need to rest and get some, stay in the cool. Like I said, I drank a bunch of water. I have an even bigger bottle than this that I keep water in all day. And I filled it up quite a few times throughout the day. Just trying to stay hydrated because, damn, it has just been hot this summer, man. And it's not even over yet. But, that's what happens. It's the desert. So sometimes it gets hot in this room too. But I mean, my house has good AC, but these rooms just have small vents and the airflow is not great, which is why I always have the fan on. I have a second fan that I use at times as well. So, we do our best to stay cool in here. But sometimes it's tough. All right. We got the guys in the cage. We got Mateusz Rebecki versus Kyle Prepolek happening in this next fight. This will be a lightweight bout. Rebecki definitely has the strength of schedule upper hand here, according to Tapology. We'll see what that does for him. Prepolek comes to fight as well, having his last fight be a fight of the night performance. He got a bonus for that. And Rebecki has gotten a few of those as well. So hopefully we get yet another good fight. We've had 3 fights so far, 2 women's fights and 1 men's fight, and all of them have been finishes in the first round, 2 by TKO, 1 by submission. So pretty good start to this prelim card. And now we get this fight. Rebecki is a minus 800 favorite. Wow. That is that is a huge favorite. But both these guys are on losing streaks. So one of them's got to get back into that win column, and we'll see which one does it here as we get the first round started. For UFC Belgrade, prelims right now, we're right in the middle of them. All right, here we go. Start of the first round. Mateusz Rebecki versus Kyle Prepolek, and they both take the center of the cage and start throwing big shots early. No hesitation, both of them going after each other. Rebecki being the aggressor at the moment, but Prepolek not backing down. Rebecki's landed a couple big shots. He's going for the big right hands. He's barely missing right now. Rebecki with the body kick. Oh, good left hand there by Rebecki. And he goes for the takedown. Single leg. Isn't able to lock it up just yet. There he is. He takes down Prepolek. Prepolek fighting to get back up quickly, and now Rebecki takes him to his back in full guard. Yep, and he's working it with some punches. He's trying to work his way through the guard. He's got his head in the chest of Prepolek. Rebecki taking down all 9 UFC opponents. Damn. And he's nonstop with the strikes too. Mixing it up with punches, hammer fists, elbows. Oh, shit. And he's really landing some big punches on Prepolek right now with the ground and pound. Prepolek's fighting up against the cage, trying to hold that full guard and keep Rebecki from landing these big shots, but Rebecki's just nonstop. And this is like an old school UFC fight where you just get somebody down and start beating on them. Rebecki's definitely one of those guys. He just will grind out the win. He's already busted open a cut under the right eye of Prepolek, probably with one of those elbows. Oh, and he keeps landing that left hand right on that cut. Big punches here. Prepolek's not really doing much to defend. It's a lot of flailing around. Oh, Rebecki had a hold of Prepolek's shorts, and the ref did not see that. He is tying up Prepolek's legs right now as Prepolek's trying to lean up against the cage to use it as leverage to get up. But Rebecki's using that Khabib method, tying up the legs with his legs after holding him down with his arms. Prepolek's got his legs out. Oh, no, they're still in there. Oh, he's got one leg out. Rebecki's just relentless with the ground and pound. He keeps the punches coming as he's advancing positions, trying to keep Prepolek on the ground. It's just a barrage of punches as he's also moving into position. He's got that one leg trapped, and that's what's holding Prepolek from getting up. Prepolek's got one leg free and just trying to defend from these punches. Oh, Rebecki just throwing uppercut combinations as Prepolek is up against a cage, getting his face beaten in. Prepolek throws an elbow that landed, but does nothing to Rebecki. Rebecki just continues with the barrage of punches and elbows to the face of Prepolek. I mean, I want to know how many punches he's landed at this point. Uh-oh. I got a little buffering in my stream there for a second of the fight. Prepolek just cannot seem to find an opening to get up. His leg is interlaced in Rebecki's legs, and Rebecki just continues to throw those punches. 39 significant ground strikes, and he just keeps going. Prepolek is just covering up at this point. I'm surprised the ref hasn't warned him. Now he did. I mean, this fight might be over here pretty soon because Prepolek cannot seem to get up and get his head out of position to stop getting hit. He's trying to fend. Oh, there it is. End of the fight. Mateusz Rebecki just relentless, man. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Once he got it down to the ground, he didn't quit with the strikes. He just kept the strikes coming. Nonstop barrage of punches, elbows, and he kept those legs laced up in his legs and was not allowing Prepolek to get out. He wouldn't stop with the punches. It was so much that Prepolek just couldn't find an opening to get up. Every time he tried to get up and use his arms or legs to get leverage out, Rebecki would just land bigger punches on him, and he just kept them coming. So yet another finish. So that's 4 in a row in the first round. So something special happening in Belgrade, Serbia right now with these prelim fights. Let's hope it continues. 148 strikes, all on the ground, basically. So 4 fights down, 4 first-round finishes. We got 4 more fights in the prelims before we head to the main card. That was, wow. Impressive performance by Uroš Medić. That's just, that's what he does, man. And when you have somebody like Prepelic who just can't seem to find a way out and gets overwhelmed, and, that puts him at his 5th loss in the UFC, 3rd in a row, had a little bit of time out away from the UFC, and now he's back and has 3 losses in a row. Not a good thing for him. So everybody coming in on big losing streaks have continued on that losing streak. So that's a tough one, man. We'll see if Prepelic makes his way back and gets another fight, or if they release him, because 3 losses in a row is tough, especially when your only other 2 fights in the UFC have been losses as well. Well, I mean, you can't help but to be happy with the outcome of these fights so far. It doesn't always happen this way. A lot of times you get these international cards, and you wind up with some boring fights in the prelims, especially. But becoming a fighter, Megan O'Leary, in-depth look at Joshua Mann. That should be pretty good. All right, official decision. Obviously, we know Rebecca with a TKO win over Kyle Prepelic. Prepelic's face looks just battered with those 148 strikes. We'll see if Rombetsky can get another bonus. But I mean, so far he's up against some stiff competition, because while that was an impressive win, he was just mauling Prepelic. It was on the ground, and it was one of those fights where, he just worked his way to the finish. We already had the body kick by Leka, and then the body punches by Milosevic that wound up turning into TKOs as well. So it's going to be tough to get the performance bonus if things keep going this way. Rombetsky's talking about it having really good cardio, and then he showed it in this fight. He got that single leg takedown and just wouldn't stop from that point. And he's throwing uppercut combinations as Prepelic is up against the cage. Prepelic did land an elbow in there in between all of that. But yeah, it was just, Rombetsky was just too much for him. All of his corner names end with ski. Who is he calling out? I didn't hear who he called out. Oh, Benoit Saint-Denis. Holy shit. He's calling out BSD for a war, he said. Okay. That could be a good fight, man. I mean, Rombetsky might be a little bit much for BSD if BSD comes out in like he has in some other fights in the past. When he gets overwhelmed, he gets frustrated, and if he can't do anything to change it, it gets tough for BSD. But we've seen some big impressive performances by Benoit Saint-Denis in the past. So, I mean, he might have the experience and the better opponents that he's faced in the past to be able to overcome what Rombetsky has for him. But Rombetsky, good cardio and relentless with those strikes on the ground. He takes you down and holds you down there. I mean, we just saw what happened when that goes on. So, yeah, man, yet another finish in the first round. This is crazy. I guess I picked the right card because last weekend's card wasn't horrible, but it definitely wasn't like this. There was a lot of finishes in that last card, but just not as many as this so far. Not in a row, at least. So next up we have Dennis Bazooka versus Bogdan Grad. Aljo in the corner for Dennis Bazooka. And actually, this could be a really good fight as well. I mean, these are just some sneaky good matchups all the way through, to be honest with you. I'm liking what's happening here. Let's go back to Sure Dog because Tapology was making things act up again. Really annoying, man. It's really annoying. I don't understand it, but I might wind up having to pay the $3 a month and yeah, get rid of all that and see if it helps. You know what I mean? Dennis Bazooka, he's a great fighter, but he's on a 2-fight losing streak. He lost to Francis Marshall by split decision, and then Mauricio Barbosa by KO in the first round in his last fight. And that was back in April of this month. So, yeah, had a win against Connor Matthews by TKO, and then 2 losses before that as well. So he's on like a lose 2, win 1, lose 2 type streak. So we'll see. This might be where he breaks that streak and wins one again. And maybe he can put together some wins. I like Dennis Bazooka, but yeah, I don't know, man. Bogdan Grad is 15-4 overall. He lost his last 2 fights as well. Luke Riley by KO in the second round in his last fight, and then Mohamed Dijon Naimov. He lost to him back in June of 2025 by unanimous decision. He hasn't fought this year at all yet. So Bogdan Grad making his 2026 debut. Not debut, but make his first fight in 2026. He won his first fight in the UFC against Lucas Alexander by TKO in the second round. And he won in the Contender Series. Tofik. We got a Musayev fan in the chat. Against Ludovic Klein. That's going to be a good fight too, man. Honestly. I'm excited for that fight for sure. Tofik coming off a win over Ignacio Bahamondes by unanimous decision. He lost to Miktabik Oralbai though before that. And then had 2 KOs in Ryzen before he got to the UFC. So he's definitely going to be looking to get a big win. Tofik Musayev is a fun fighter for sure. Ludovic Klein, though, he likes to get into brawls. And he won his last fight against a guy who just won his fight right now. Hey, appreciate that. All is good. Azerbaijan. Yeah. Mateusz Rebecki was who Ludovic Klein beat in his last fight. And that was in October of last year. So Klein hasn't fought this year yet either. So this will be his first fight. And yeah, he beat Rebecki by decision in his last fight. So he's definitely tough. If you just watch that fight with Rebecki, he beat him in his last fight. So Tofik Musayev has a tough fight against Ludovic Klein, but it should be a good one. And with the way these prelims have gone, I'm looking at that being a good fight as well for sure. So good luck to your fighter, to your favorite fighter there. Aiden, I think that's how you say that. Thanks for jumping in, and thanks for supporting and interacting. I appreciate it. These fights have been fun so far, so I'm glad that I went live for the prelims too, considering we've had the 4 finishes in a row already. And we'll see if we can keep it up. It makes for some short fights, which means the UFC kind of has to do some filler time in between there. Right now we're in a commercial break, but we'll be coming back with the next fight, which is Dennis Bazooka versus Bogdan Grad, happening in the featherweight division. Man, now I'm just like thirsty. I'm getting hungry. I might take a short break in between the prelims and the main card to maybe get some food going, because I am starting to feel a little bit hungry. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes, and then maybe we'll get a drink going as well. See what kind of updates we got going on here. I do tend to forget to keep up with what you about to get. I don't know yet. I haven't made up my mind. I got a few fights left before I get up and try to get some food. Might just do like a, breakfast. I like breakfast a lot. That's kind of one of my favorite times of the day, or one of my favorite meals. I like breakfast food. I don't know why. Maybe we'll do like a sausage biscuit or something like that. Sausage McMuffin. I like to make stuff like that at home. It's quick and easy, fairly quick and easy. And yeah, it's just something good to have. Maybe we'll do something like that. And then we'll get a drink going too. Anybody else like breakfast as much as I do? I like going somewhere and getting some really good like French toast. I don't mind pancakes either, but usually I get like French toast. A good waffle is good every once in a while. I like, sausage, bacon. I like all that, hash browns. I really don't eat eggs. I really don't eat eggs that much. I would love to eat eggs more, but there's something, I don't know if it's a texture thing or just the taste. I just never really been big on eggs. I used to eat eggs and cheese a lot when I was younger, but I don't really eat any of them. I don't eat cheese at all except for on pizza, and if it has too much, I just can't deal with it. But eggs, I can eat them mixed in stuff, but just to eat straight up eggs is just not my thing. And I know that's like big for breakfast, and I know it's good for you too. But I just don't eat eggs that much. So scrambled eggs with cheese is amazing. Yeah, I know, man. I wish I could deal with it, but it's just not my thing. But I definitely like, like I said, hash browns, any kind of breakfast potatoes are good. I like, French toast, pancakes, bacon, egg, and cheese, sausage, egg, and cheese. Yeah. Yeah, like I'll just do just, well, just bacon is kind of boring. So I usually do like sausage. Home fries are good for sure. I do like sausage, and sausage biscuit or sausage McMuffin is good, from McDonald's and stuff. The McGriddles every once in a while, yeah, that too. I do like bacon, but I feel like it's not enough when you do just bacon. So I usually go with the sausage. But yeah, that's why I like getting the hash browns too, because there's not much to the breakfast sandwiches I get, because I just don't eat the cheese or the egg really. I don't know. I'm a little bit of a weird picky eater. But I like making all of it. I'll make all of it for sure. So just like seafood, I'm actually allergic to seafood. I've had everything happen to me, from breaking out in hives to, upset stomach where I'm just puking and stuff. I've had where my throat started feeling like it was closing up, everything. And I've tried all kinds of different seafood. So, but I love cooking it, and I've been told that I cook seafood very well. So I'm happy that I can still cook it and touch. Some people have allergies that they can't even touch the food. So that's bad. And I'm glad that's not the case for me, because I do like cooking it. I like cooking salmon and scallops, shrimp, stuff like that is good. All right, here we go. Dennis Bazooka versus Bogdan Grad. happening here. UFC Belgrade, 5th fight of the night on the prelims. Grad comes out quick, but Bazooka hits him with a good stiff jab right away. Ooh, kicks the leg out from under him, but Grad goes for the takedown and gets him down, but Bazooka back on his feet quickly. Grad has Bazooka get up against the cage. So there are no fish you can eat at all. No, man, I've tried to eat all. I've tried scallops. I've tried seafood. I've tried sushi. Seafood. I'm sorry. Scallops, salmon, cod, mahi, trout. I've tried, different types of sushi. I've tried all of it, man. I just can't eat any of it. Nasty upward elbow by Bogdan Grad. And Bazooka comes back with a big left hand. Grad shoots him for the takedown, and Bazooka stuffs it, hits him with the right hand as they get up. But yeah, unfortunately, I can't eat any seafood, man. It fucking sucks because there's a lot of seafood that I see that looks really good. Like I've seen some, some different types of salmon, and like scallops always look good to me. I just can't eat it, man. Oh God, Bogdan Grad with the big right hand as Bazooka tried to come in with the uppercut that he missed. Oh, spinning back fist by Bogdan Grad, and Bazooka follows up with 2 stiff left jabs. Bazooka getting hit with some big shots, but he's coming back with counters of his own that are landing as well. Good fight here so far. Exciting and nonstop action, really. Oh, spinning wheel kick by Grad, but Bazooka is able to defend. And Bogdan Grad catches a kick by Bazooka and takes him down. Now he's on top in half guard, trying to pass into side control. Oh, and he's got a hold of Bazooka's arm, looking for what is that, Americana? Maybe a Kimura? I love whitefish. Sometimes I put shrimp cocktail on it. Nice. Okay, Bogdan let go of the arm. He's trying to get full mount, but Bazooka's able to fend it off. Oh, Grad is in half guard. Bazooka's fending off well. Grad on top though, putting a lot of pressure on Bazooka. Grad dropping elbows down. He's really fighting for that either half guard or full mount. Oh, I'm sorry, side controller full mount. Oh, Bazooka with the scramble, but now Grad has his arms wrapped around his neck. He's looking for possibly a guillotine. Okay, Bazooka gets up, and now they're both back on their feet. Ooh, good uppercut by Bazooka. Misses a knee. Man, this crowd is pumped up, man. Oh, nasty inside elbow as Grad moved forward, and Bazooka hit him with that elbow. Grad goes in for the takedown. Bazooka defends. Grad throwing an elbow of his own. I don't know if it grazed him or not, but Bazooka's good. Grad pressing Bazooka up against the cage again, looking for the trip, and he does take him down, but Bazooka back on a knee, looking to get back up. What's good, fam? Glad I'm up to drop the like. Enjoy the fights, everyone. Headed to the train. Right on, Xavier. Appreciate you for jumping in while you could. I heard that Bazooka want to bring in yeah. I guess it's bazooka. I don't know, but it's just Bazooka, man. It's Bazookia. Bazookia, I guess. Just like Bogdan Grad is Bogdan Grad. I don't know, man. Fuck it. Oh shit, Grad just dropping bombs on Bazooka as he's got him on. He's like, oh shit, he's just dropping hammer fists. Bazooka just defending. Oh, shit. And we end the round with Grad on top, ground and pounding the hell out of Bazooka. And he gets saved by the bell because that was not looking good for Bazooka. Holy shit. Well, first fight of the night that gets past the first round. But, I mean, we're looking at, unless Bazooka can really recover here in between rounds, if Grad comes back out and gets the upper hand again, it's not looking good for Bazooka. We got some Avatar, The Last Airbender, some for a commercial here. That looks pretty dope. Avatar Aang. Yeah, I don't follow this stuff too much, but have you ever seen a Serbian film? I have not. What the hell is that about? All right, here we go. Start of round 2. Bazooka comes out quickly with some stiff left jabs. He seems like he's okay. Oh, big right hand by Bazooka. And Grad goes in for the takedown and gets stuffed by Bazooka. And then he does it again, presses Bazooka up against the cage. Xavier, if you're still here, what are you getting on the train for, man? And where are you at, by the way? They're exchanging punches here in the clinch up against the cage. Bazooka's got his side up against the cage while Grad is in, taking the dominant position here, trying to get a trip. A Serbian film is one of the most disgusting and vile films ever to be made. Holy shit. Which means I shouldn't look it up, right? Grad looking to get the back of Bazooka and trying to get him down to the ground and drag him down there. They break away with Grad with landing an elbow on the break. Bazooka trying to land a big uppercut. I'm taking my kid. Oh, shit. Good left hand by Bazooka. Or good right, I'm sorry. Both of them looking a little tired now, a little sluggish. We got 3 minutes, 25 seconds left in the second round. Ooh, big right hand by Grad. I'm taking my kid home. Unfortunately, I only have her for the summer. I live in North Cal. And her mama lives. Oh, gotcha, man. Okay. Well, that's tough, bro. But at least you got to spend the summer with her, right? Enjoy your time with her on the trip back. And hopefully you have a safe trip, man. Thanks for joining in while you're doing it. Grad trying to take Bazooka down again. It seems to be his way of stopping some of the damage that's coming his way from Bazooka. Grad likes those spinning attacks, man. He tried a spinning back fist a few minutes ago, or a minute ago, and then he just tried a spinning wheel kick. Bazooka coming in with some shots that are somewhat landing. He got the knee up the middle to the body. Grad is looking a little tired at this point. Oh, almost landed that back elbow on Grad. Spinning back elbow. He's landing them, but they're not landing flush. You know what I mean? The momentum. Ooh, Grad almost poked Bazooka in the eye. Big right hand for Grad. Oh, Bazooka comes back with the left uppercut. Or left hook, I'm sorry. Oh, there's the right uppercut for Bazooka that lands. Bazooka putting together combinations. Another uppercut. Oh, Grad with the head kick. Gets blocked. Superman punch by Grad. I haven't seen that in a minute. We got a minute 20 left in the second round. Grod goes for the takedown again, and he takes him down. Bazooka's got him in a... Okay. Grod winds up in half guard. Oh, shit. And he's looking for the choke, the head and arm. Uh-oh. He's up against the cage, though. He can't really jump over. We got 40 seconds left in the second round. Grod has Bazooka in a somewhat of a darce. He's trying to get the leverage to finish that, but he's up against a cage. Oh, and Bazooka just turned the wrong way, and he tapped. It looked like he tapped, but then he's saying that he didn't tap. I think he was trying to wiggle his way out. It looked like he tapped. The ref saw it as a tap, and Bazooka's pissed. Hey, what's up, Tyler Betts? Welcome in. A Serbian film can be described as words that end with... Okay. Hold on, let's watch this replay real quick. So Grod is able to get his body all the way over. Bazooka turns, and it looks like it gets tighter. He did look like he tapped, but then he tried to cover it up by looking like he's pushing the leg away. So yeah, I don't know, man. Unfortunately, for Bazooka, it was it was the wrong movement, man. It did look like he tapped. Yeah, it looked like he tapped, but it also looked like he was trying to push the leg away. It could be either one. It's unfortunate. Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's not easy, but in my current situation, it's W getting the whole summer. We had a great time. She wants to live with me, so we're working on that. Oh, right on, man. We got 8 hours bus to the train, to the bus. So a cool little adventure. Then I come home tomorrow. I got myself a little bottle to sip on the way back. Right on, Xavier, man. Yeah, just be safe, man, and enjoy your time with her while you got it. And yeah, hopefully you had a good time, and your trip isn't too crazy. That's rough. It's a rough situation, but you know, you do the best you can with what you got. So good luck on working on getting her to live with you too, man. So we got 5 fights down now. 5 fights down, 5 finishes, 4 of them in the first round. So, you know, we're getting more rounds out of it, but progressively getting more rounds, but still getting finishes, and that's what we like to see. What's going on, Tyler? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Appreciate you for jumping in. You enjoying the fight so far? Have you watched them? Have you been watching them, I should say? Pretty exciting so far. I'm happy with it. Let's see. Who do we got next? Borislav Nikolic versus Mark Vologdin. Good looking out, brother. It's a long trip. I'm gonna miss you, and I'll enjoy the trip. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't ready to be home already. Yeah, man. Miss. Oh, I was like, miss you. I didn't even realize you said that. I got you, man. Yeah, those kind of trips, it's tough, man, especially when you're not going for something fun. It's funny, I didn't even pay attention to the fact that you said here's the official announcement. Bazooka's still pissed, but that was an exciting fight, at least, you know what I mean? Good back and forth. I mean, Grod just kept getting him down on the ground, and I hate to say it, but that choke looked like it was in. It looked like it got tighter when Bazooka turned. I could see how maybe it was him trying to, you know, fight the leg off and push it away. It's either a really good cover or it was or it was him just trying to, you know, actually get the leg away. You never know. I will say Bazooka's striking was looking good. and he was catching Grodd, but he just couldn't fend off those takedown attempts. And when he was on the ground, you know, he made the mistake of turning over like he did, and that gave Grodd the space to get that choke in, you know. Let's see. Yeah, it's tough, man, because in the replay, like, it does look like he's really just reaching to get the leg, and he's trying to feel for where the leg is, but he also looked like he tapped. For the ref's perspective, you know, if he did tap and he didn't do anything about it, I could see people complaining about that too. So it's a lose-lose for the ref, unfortunately. And I don't know if Bazooka was going to be able to get out of that, to be honest with you, because with the way that choke looked like it got tighter, I don't know that if he was going to be able to get out of it anyway. So it might have been a little bit early, but I think it was going to be the same outcome had they let it go. I got arthritis in my hips and some lower spine issues. Sometimes the pain gets back, but I'm prepared. Yeah, it's tough, man. Like, sitting here sometimes for me, I know it sounds kind of stupid, but that's why I'm repositioning myself sometimes. Just sitting here for fucking like 3 hours, 6 hours, sometimes even in the hour and a half to 2 hours that I'm sitting in this chair, it gets rough too, man. So I could just see a bus ride, a long train ride, like just sitting for that whole time, especially with arthritis issues and shit. Fuck, man. It's tough. Like that, I get like that when I'm on a plane, you know, because you're just kind of sitting there and you know, you got people next to you, you got to watch what's happening, and you don't have a lot of leg space. Fuck all that. At least here I can stretch out, I can stand up whenever I want. It's no big deal. But yeah, that could be tough, man. So good luck on all that. I hope it goes well for you. Rain, what's going on, Rain? How you doing? Welcome back in. Appreciate you for joining me on this early prelims. You know, it's not super early anymore. It's about 8:45 for me. I don't know what time it is for you guys, but yeah, not super early anymore. But it started at 7 and I was here ready to go. We've had some good fights. All finishes so far in the prelims. 5 fights down, 3 to go. And some potentially really good fights coming up. Oban Elliott versus Michael Oliveira after this fight between Borislav Nikolic versus Mark Vologden. And then Ludovic Klein versus Tofik Musayev too. No, it happens, bro. Pain is pain, man. The bus fucking sucks ass, but the train is cool because I can get up and walk. Nice. The bus, I feel bad because some little tiny chick always gets stuck next to me. Yeah, man, I'm not a small dude, so when I get stuck next to people on a plane or something like that, yeah, I feel bad too. But 8:45 here, loving card. I'm on Oban plus 290. I'm the 5%. Oh shit. Yeah, I know. I was hearing stuff about Oliveira being a tough opponent for Oban. I like Oban Elliott too, man. So like, I am kind of rooting for him, but Oliveira sounds like a beast. So we'll see. We got Mark Vologden walking to the cage right now. Borislav Nikolic is making his UFC debut. He's coming out of Brave CF as well. He had a 3-fight win streak going on over there, but overall he's on a 6-fight win streak. He's got a lot of TKO wins. 1 submission win with a ninja choke. Oh, 2 submission wins, a ninja choke and a guillotine. His last 3 fights have been 1 submission and 2 KOs. A lot of mixed up rounds for wins, but yeah, looks like an exciting fighter for sure. And he is 16-2 overall. 8-1 by submission, 7-0 by KO TKO, 1-1 by decision. So it doesn't go to decision a lot. Mark Vologden, who's walking in the cage right now, is 12-4 overall, 6-0 by KO TKO, 4-1 by sub, 2-3 by decisions. So not great by decisions, has a few more than Nikolic, but he's coming off a draw to John Castaneda, a majority draw back in April of this year. Before that, he lost to Adrian Luna Martinetti. That was on the Contender Series. Unanimous decision loss there. So his only fight in the UFC has been a draw. So he's looking for his first official UFC win against Nikolic, who's making his UFC debut. This should be another good fight, man. It's a good matchup if they both live up to what they've done in the past. And yeah, after this, we got Oban Elliott versus Michael Oliveira. Volvo decision. Hope he gets finished. Yeah, I mean, so far finishes, man. We'll see if this last fight was the first fight that went out of the first round, and it took 4 fights before we got a fight out of the first round, and it got finished in the second. So we'll see if we can keep this momentum going. I get thirsty, man. I'm always like drinking something, so we'll go to this Arizona fruit punch. I don't know if you guys like Arizona drinks, but I'm in Arizona drinking Arizona drink. I like Arizona tea for the most part, but some of these different style of drinks are good. I drink tea a lot, so I try to get some different kind of flavors going every once in a while. These are pretty good. This is my second favorite, the fruit punch, but the watermelon's really, really good. I have the mango one too. The mango's okay. I'm not big on mango. Borislav Nikolic coming into the cage right now. Could it beat UFC Freedom 7 finishes? Looks like it. Maybe, man. Maybe. The biggest thing about the Freedom card is that there was big names on it as well, you know what I mean? So on top of all the finishes, there was also big names and you know, exciting fights for the most part. I think there was 1 or 2 in there that weren't super exciting, but we still got the finish. So, but yeah, I think we could it beat 7? Yeah, but it's not 7 in a row. You know what I mean? Unless we get the 7 in a row and it keeps going. That's what'll make it interesting for sure. All right. Getting ready to get this fight started. Vologdin the dog at plus 170. Nikolic minus 205 in his UFC debut. Big height difference between Vologdin. Vologdin 5'3", 5'9" for Nikolic. He's got a big reach advantage too, 72.5 to 65. Will you do live streams for PFL? It depends, man. If they start making really good matchups and stuff, yeah. If they get me interested and get me wanting to really follow everything, there's a possibility I'll do live streams for it. It's just for me, I just feel like, you know, I mean, I just feel like UFC is the only one that really gets me wanting to watch the entire card. That's the thing, is they need me to, you know, they need to really just make some good matchups. So we'll see. We'll see what kind of fighters, you know, kind of navigate their way over there. We'll see what kind of fighters they wind up getting. If they take advantage of free agency, maybe don't get all of the washed up fighters only. Sure, you can give them a second chance over there and stuff like that. But if we're only getting a bunch of fighters that are out of the UFC because they just couldn't cut it there anymore, then we're just basically doing Bellator all over again. So we'll see what kind of in regard to MMA, less is more, or the more the merrier? The more the merrier, man. It's good for the fighters to have a different organization to go to. It helps them with negotiations to get more money. And on top of that, just gives them another opportunity to have somewhere else to go. So instead of just UFC or bust, you know what I mean? Or UFC or just regional scenes. It's got to be worth it though. So, oh, Nikolic coming out quick, just running after Vologdin But Vologden hits him with the straight left and knocks him down. And then he wraps him up as Nikolić gets back up and he's kneeing him in the clinch. He's got the guillotine. Vologden just keeps the knees going. If Nikolić was smart, he'd put a knee down, but he's not doing that. I meant for events and roster. Oh, okay. I think quality over quantity at first for sure. Vologden just, oh, there you go. Now Nikolić put the knee down. That was a big left hand by Vologden to drop Nikolić as he came out rushing Vologden. Yeah, I think at first for sure they need to do quality over quantity. Put on quality events, make it worth it. You know, maybe 2 a month at the most. And don't try to compete with the UFC and what they do with the amount of, Nikolić coming out pumped up after he gets out of that choke. Oh, and now he's dropping some bombs on Vologden. Vologden seems okay though. UC MVP and PFL emerging. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Like, I think they need to put on quality cards and even if it's 1 a month or 2 a month, but don't try to do every single week like the UFC. Don't try to do that. It took them a long time to get there to doing that many events. We don't need that many events from PFL. We Fight All Night TV. Hey, what's going on? Welcome in. Oh shit. Vologden tries to kick. Nikolić gets him down on the ground, and now he's on top in full guard, putting pressure on Vologden. Welcome in, man. Appreciate you for jumping in. Yeah, so I think the PFL needs to, I think MVP MMA is what they're going to go to, I'm sure. And I think they need to put on quality events. The less, the better. I think it's just going to be good for them to really put together good events at first. And, you know, but they do have a roster of fighters that they're going to have to keep happy. And they're going to have to give them fights. So maybe 2 a month would be good. Don't try to go every single week like the UFC does. Do 2 a month and try to keep your fighters active and make quality cards. And I think that's a good way to get them started and to keep things going. It's got to be better than what the PFL is doing right now already. Yeah, they just had a decent event, but when was the last time you heard of them having a really good event? But you know, it's tough, man. It's going to be tough. Their biggest thing is going to be like keeping that roster active, especially if they're not putting on that many events. But PFL didn't put on that many events already as it was. I feel like it's either that or we just didn't hear about it that much because it was tough to figure out when the hell PFL was actually fighting. Oh, spinning wheel kick. He tried it twice in a row for Vologden, but nothing coming from it. We got 1:30 left in the first round. Nikolić coming in with some big strikes, but he hasn't really been able to land anything huge on Vologden just yet. Tries the head kick there, but it got blocked. Vologden's just fine. PFL have to build up Dakota versus Liz as a grudge match. Yeah, because it seems like Liz is not wanting to fight Dakota. She had a chance to call her out. She didn't even call her out. She's calling for a different weight class. It's kind of weird. Oh, good exchanges here. Both guys landing some punches, but nothing significant as of yet since that knockdown of Nikolić. Vologden staying active with the footwork. You know, he's moving side to side. Oh, he dropped Nikolić again, sorta, with the punch they exchanged. They both landed a punch at the same time. Liz was calling her out numerous times beforehand. Yeah, but like that was the moment, you know what I mean? That was the right moment. Like Liz calling her out before, you know, I think when she was actually I don't follow enough to know exactly when she was, but I mean it was smart. Oh, Vologden takes down Nikolić at the end of the first round. We got 4 seconds left, and Vologden stays in a dominant position as the round ends. that was definitely a good first round for Vologden. He wins that one for sure. Liz was calling her out numerous times before. And yeah, I mean, I didn't follow enough to know exactly when or how she was doing that. But I think the biggest issue is, no, first, I should say the PFL was kind of doing the right thing with Dakota and not giving her too much too quick. But it does seem like she kind of ran through enough opponents and she's been doing well enough to where at this point there's not a whole lot left but to, you know, really fight for the title. And I've heard a lot of people, you know, she wanted tournaments and stuff like that, but but you know, it was one of those things where they it seemed like they were building her up, but I think now's the time. You know, she had the injury, she's back. Did she win that fight yesterday? I think she did. I assume she did, right? I didn't hear a whole lot about it. What was it? New York, right? Dakota, yeah, unanimous decision. It must not have been too exciting of a fight considering it didn't hear a whole lot about it. Here we go. Start of the second round. Nikolic comes out quick. Oh, big shots landing on Vologden. He's putting pressure. Oh, landed another left hand. And Vologden finally getting away from that cage. Nikolic came out strong, but now they're... Oh, big punches being exchanged here. Good scramble. Vologden winds up, taking the back of Nikolic, but Nikolic turns over, winds up on top in full guard. That was a good transition for Nikolic to get out of his back being taken by Vologden, who almost had a choke landed in there. Nikolic on top now, though, in half guard or butterfly guard. Vologden gets the full guard in now, and he's trying to kick Nikolic off, and he does, and he gets back on his feet. Almost lands a big shot by Nikolic, but Vologden's good. He looks like he has a cut on his nose, on the bridge of his nose. She won. She's the best flyweight today. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. I don't know what the fight looked like. I didn't really get a chance to see it. I just saw the Usman finish. That kick to the ground and pound was pretty nasty. I didn't see much about the Dakota fight though. But yeah, I agree. She's definitely the best flyweight right now. She's got a lot of hype around her. You know, she's got a lot of things going for her. So we'll see if the MVP MMA can keep her around. I think she has a contract for a good amount of fights with the PFL. So we'll see if that holds up. Nikolic is having trouble kind of catching up to Vologden while he's like running around, and he hasn't been able to really cut the cage off of him too much. And when he gets him stuck in a corner, Vologden just winds up getting his way out of there. So we'll see if he can turn things around here, because he definitely lost that first round. He got dropped once, pretty badly, and then the second time, he got put to a knee. He got up quickly, obviously, but now he's putting down some big punches as he's chasing Vologden around the cage. Vologden is able to duck his way out of there, though, again. Vologden, with the being shorter, he's able to duck some of these punches easy and get out of some bad situations. So, and his footwork's helping him out a lot. Oh, good stiff jabs for both of them on that one. Vologden goes in with a takedown attempt, but it looks like Nikolic is stuffing it. He's down to one knee, trying to wrap up Vologden's neck. And they're back up to their feet. But they're tied up in a clinch, and now they're stepping away from each other. All right, back to the center of the cage. A minute 35 left in the second round. Both missing some punches. Oh, Nikolic with the uppercut attempt and missed. Vologden with the back-to-back spinning wheel kick attempts. None of them really landed. Ooh, good left hand by Nikolić there. A lot of crazy footwork, man. A lot of cardio, a lot of cardio being spent here. Oh, Nikolić landed a couple shots there. Vologdin's face is starting to look a little beat up. Oh, good step in uppercut by Nikolić, but Vologdin hits him with a couple shots of his own. Oh, and he just hit him with a straight jab that knocked him back a little bit against the cage. You saw his head get flung back as well. Vologdin has some tight, like, sharp punches, man. His jabs are crisp. Ten seconds left in the second round. They're going at it in the center of the cage. Ooh, good jab by Vologdin again. And again. Oof. They both exchange a final jab against each other. First fight to go into the third round for these prelims tonight on UFC Belgrade. I don't know how to score that last round, man. I feel like Nikolić came out strong, but Vologdin kind of ended strong. So it's a pretty close second round. We'll see what this third round brings us. I don't think unless they give Vologdin that round, they both might need to just come out strong and win this round to make sure that they get a win. Yeah, Nikolić is landing those jabs, but it doesn't seem like he's landing them with full power the way that Vologdin is. Vologdin's really getting the punch to he's getting the punch to land and being able to put something through it, and while Nikolić is landing at the end of his punch. So Vologdin's got some damage on his face though, but Nikolić is the only one that's been dropped in this fight in the first round. So here we go with the third round. We'll see what this brings us. I mean, a decent fight, even though we've gotten to the third round, while every other fight has been ended in the first or the second. So, oof, good left hand by Nikolić, and again, stiff left jab by Nikolić. That was a better one. The broadcast is talking about Nikolić finding his mark and being able to finally land punches and getting the range going. But and now Nikolić drops Vologdin with the right hand. Vologdin gets back up quickly though, but his face is beat up. He's bleeding from the mouth, bleeding from his nose. Has that cut on the bridge of his nose. Nikolić going in with some reckless punches. Oh, and he caught him with the uppercut as Vologdin comes in for the takedown. And now Nikolić tries to get the choke, and Vologdin gets out of it. Oh, Nikolić landing some big punches, and now he wraps up the choke on the feet. He's pressing Vologdin up against the cage. That was a crazy exchange. Oh, big knee to Vologdin's head and drops him to a knee. And now Nikolić is trying to finish this fight on the ground. Vologdin grabbed the fence, it looked like. He's back on his feet, and Nikolić coming after him with big strikes. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left in the third round. Vologdin just showing durability, man, after getting dropped. But this is Nikolić's round right here. So if it ends and Vologdin can't do much more, it's going to come down to that second round and how they scored it. Vologdin's got a big mouse under that left eye. That looks pretty bad, and he's bleeding from the mouth as he has been this whole round. Vologdin goes down for the takedown. Nikolić is defending, but Vologdin picks him up and drops him. Nikolić turns it around as he's holding onto a choke and winds up on top. Now he's trying for locking that choke in. He's got a leg over, looking like he's getting into full mount. He's throwing punches behind his back. What the actual fuck? Vologdin's face is just beat up, man. Yeah, Nikolic has the choke in, but he doesn't have the leverage to be able to really tighten it down. Okay, now he's making adjustments, and it looks like Vologdan's head is getting red, and it looks like he's got it in a bit, but Vologdan's still fighting it off. He needs to get that wrist and pull it off. Instead, he's holding onto his shorts. Why? Maybe that's giving him leverage to push his body off of him so he's not able to tighten it down. I'm not sure why he's holding his shorts like that, though. I'd be grabbing for that wrist. He had it right there. Nikolic still on top. He dropped Vologdan at this point in the third round. He's had the dominant positions, and now he's got Vologdan locked into a submission attempt while he's in full guard. He just hasn't been able to really tighten it down. Now Nikolic trying to get his other arm in there to tighten that choke up. Oh, and he lets it go, and he starts dropping elbows as he's in full mount. Vologdan turns over. Nikolic is, damn, Vologdan. Oh, he's grabbing the cage. Vologdan, though, just keeping his composure as he's getting beat up here. 43 seconds left. Man, oh, Vologdan's just beat the fuck up. Holy shit, bro. Wow. I can't believe he's surviving this right now. And he shoots in for a takedown and doesn't get it. Nikolic tries to lock up that choke again, but Vologdan keeps it moving. Nikolic with the elbow to the side of the head. 15 seconds left in the third round. Oh, and he wraps up the choke. Is he going to get it? He's got the choke in. He locked it up. We got 10 seconds left. Vologdan's putting the thumbs up, saying he's okay. He's not going to get finished. We're going to get our first decision. Vologdan, holy shit, he's tough. That little guy can fucking handle the damage. But I don't know if it's good for him, man. I actually feel bad for him. He was getting beat the fuck up. That was definitely Nikolic with a big finishing, sequence there. And I mean, they could give the second round to Nikolic, and if they do, that wins him the fight. That was definitely an exciting fight all the way through, man. I mean, there was a few little down points, but at the same time, they kept the action going. Vologdan is one of those guys that moves around a lot of footwork, and Nikolic took him a minute to be able to get his rhythm and find the range. But when he finally did, he started beating up Vologdan, and you could see the damage on his face. And even though Vologdan started off strong, I think they're going to give that to Nikolic for sure. Maybe not for sure, but I feel like it's going to lean towards Nikolic in that one. But that was a fun fight, even though it's the first one to go to decision after 5 finishes in a row. It was still a good fight, and it was entertaining. So, yeah, this card's been coming through with the entertainment. That's for damn sure. Hopefully, you guys were watching that fight because that was a good one. And then next up, we have Oban Elliott versus Michael Oliveira. That's got potential as well. So we're just rolling right now with some really good fights. Here we go with the official decision. We'll see who they give it to. I would assume Nikolic. (29-27). Unanimous decision. Borislav Nikolic. Wow. Yeah, that was a great fight, man. I gotta give it to Vologdan though. That little fucker. He's Herb Dean favorite fighter of all time is Keith Hackney. What the hell? Yeah, Vologden just I got to give it to him, man. He's tough as hell. I mean, maybe too tough for his own good. The way that he was able to take all that damage and keep going. He got put in a couple submission attempts and was able to get out of it and survive. Nikolic making his UFC debut and he gets a big win like that. He gets tested. It's live on Paramount Plus for us in the US. If you're outside of the US, maybe DAZN, or I'm not sure where else, to be honest with you. But for me, it's on Paramount Plus. Nikolic calling out Brad Katona, making his UFC debut. That was a hell of a fight for his UFC debut. And Vologden, unfortunately, 2 fights in the UFC, one's a draw, and now he gets a loss. Still doesn't have his first official win in the UFC, but yeah, that was a crazy fight. That was a good, entertaining fight, and yeah, it's a good night of fights so far. Let's get the ticker at the bottom. Oh shit, I didn't even update it last time. Well, at least I'll have it updated this time. This is one of those things I get into talking about stuff and then I forget to. This is why usually I try to automate everything, but this is one of those things I can't automate really because I have to change the wording in it. But I'm trying to get myself used to like doing these little things because I like having these little extra things on the stream. I don't know if anybody really cares, but hey, what's up, Tua? I'm 5 correctables so far. Hell yeah, man. Blue is Wad in the first round. Damn Volvo. Yeah, man. I don't know if he blew his wad, but he was definitely still, with the footwork and stuff. I just think that Nikolic just found his rhythm, man, and was able to use that size and reach against Vologden and figured out how to, start landing punches and stuff. Volvo's a great car. Oban Elliott versus Michael Oliveira up next. And yeah, this one should be good too. But a lot of people saying Oban's gonna take an L in this one. And I mean, I'm kind of rooting for Oban. I like Oban Elliott, but Michael Oliveira, man, he looks like a tough opponent for sure. He's coming into this one undefeated 9-0, making his UFC debut against Oban Elliott, which is a tough opponent, but undefeated for Michael Oliveira, coming in with a TKO win in the second round over Victor Valenzuela in Dana White's Contender Series. This will be his first official fight in the UFC. He fought in the LFA before. A lot of TKO wins in the first round, especially. No submission wins. 1 decision win. The rest are TKOs. 8-0 by KO TKO. 0-0 by submission. 1-0 by decision. So undefeated. We'll see if he can keep that record and get his first official UFC win in his debut. And then we have Oban Elliott, who's coming in at 12-4 overall, and he's on a 2-fight losing streak in the UFC. Jonathan McCaleb was his last fight, and he lost by a rear naked choke in the second round. And then he lost to Seo Kyung Ko by unanimous decision before that. Had 3 wins in a row coming into the UFC. Xavier, we have 2 more fights in the prelims, and then we have the whole main card, which is 6 more fights, so 8 altogether. So I'll be live here for a minute, man. He beat Valentine Woodburn in his first fight by decision, Preston Parsons by decision, and then Basil Hafez by KO. Oh shit, you picked Oliveira. Honestly, man, for money wise, Oliveira might be the right pick. But I am rooting for Oban, and it'll be nice to see him get the win. 8 more fights. I got Oban. Yeah. I got Oliveira round 1 finish. It's not a bad shout there, Tua, but I mean, it's tough, man. It's tough when you got these guys debuting, you know what I mean, against somebody like Oban who could be a kind of a wild card. He's lost his last 2 fights though. But first, oh shit, let's get it. I'll be back as soon as I get Amtrak Wi-Fi. Right on, Xavier. Good luck getting the Wi-Fi, man. Yeah, I just shit, Oban, he's good, man. He's good. I like him. All fave so far. Yeah, and Oban's definitely an underdog in this one for sure. Create a hotspot with your phone. I don't know if the hotspot with the phone works if he doesn't have service, you know what I mean? If he's watching on his phone, but who knows? I get into my tech support mode. Unfortunately, I'm out of data. I'm on an Obama line. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. So it just depends on how you know what you got going on with things. So, and sometimes it matters to get Verizon. Verizon's expensive though, I gotta say. I have Verizon too, but yeah, it is expensive, man. But I do feel like Verizon's the best. It depends on your area though. I mean, I hear a lot of people in California have T-Mobile and it's better for them out there. I got to get a job first, but you're not wrong. Verizon is too much. Yeah. Yeah, Verizon's expensive, man. But because I travel a lot for work and I'm out of town in like remote areas, sometimes it what is happening? Oh no. Looks like looked like I was buffering for a second there. But anyway, yeah, I'm in remote areas, and for me, Verizon is the best one. So, and I have to have cell phone service because I have to talk to people on the phone for support and stuff like that. So my cell phone bill is $170 and change, bro. I have like 5 lines, so my cell phone bill is expensive as fuck. Serbia got some of the prettiest white women in the crowd. No shit, I haven't been paying attention, but pure white angels. Oh man.
Bruh.
I haven't played any of my sounds. I haven't really had a chance to, but yeah, let's see. They're just giving the announcement right now, the fight. Michael Oliveira versus Oban Elliott. We'll see what we get out of this one. Definitely looking for another good fight, though. We've had 5 finishes in a row, and then we had a decision, but it was a war, and it was a good fight. So we'll see if we keep that good momentum going. Sorry, I'm looking at something in my phone. All right, here we go. Start of the first round. Oh, why am I buffering? God damn it. All right, here we go. Oban coming out with a big right hand. Oliveira looking a little tentative so far. Ooh, big right hand by Oban. Doesn't fully land though. That jab to the body seems like a punch that leaves you open too much. Yeah, but we've seen a couple people go down with the body shots today. So Oliveira's huge. Yeah, he kind of is, man. He kind of is. He is pretty big. Oh shit! Big left hand that drops Oban Elliott. Holy shit, Tua, you might get this. Okay, Oban back to his feet. Dropped him quickly. I mean, he doesn't look too injured, but yeah, that shows the power of Oliveira, that's for sure. Oban going in for the shot. Oliveira is able to defend. Oh, shit. Oh, big right hand by Elliott. Oh, and then a big right hand by Oliveira that drops Elliott again. And now Oliveira's on top of Elliott. It's over, bro. Tua, you got it, bro. You got it. Holy fucking shit. Oliveira with the fucking wow. Wow. You could just see the power in those punches dropping Oban. He took the first one in stride, but the second one he couldn't recover and he got fucking wailed on. You could see the pain he's in right now. He's just in disbelief and in shock. Wow, that was insane. Was that you? That was you, Tua, right? That said that you 5 correct so far. Wish I had Oban in this fight. I got Oliveira round 1 finish. Yeah, man. Damn, you're doing well. Respect being shown. Oban calling Oliveira over. Nice, man. That's badass. Oban going for that anti-kick, just gets hit with that straight right. Oh, and then the overhand just drops him. And he just goes after him right away and lands a bunch of big punches. Oban trying to crawl away, man. Oh, man. That just looks so bad for him. But you know what? I mean, Oliveira just hits hard. You could tell. Just buckles Oban. Wow, Oliveira's a beast, bro. Holy fuck. I mean, I kept hearing people say, that Oliveira's a beast. I just didn't know that much about him coming in, but damn. Definitely was true. Damn, he's for real. Yeah, no shit. Listen, man, I was going for Oban too, just out of pure just because I like him. I kept hearing things about Oliveira, and people weren't wrong when they said
it's gonna be bad,
bro. Just
it's gonna be bad.
They said it was gonna be bad for Oban. Oliveira, Jacoby Smith, another prospect in another prospect in the lineup. Okay. Yeah, man, he looks good. He looks good, and he kind of reminds me of, remember Anthony Johnson? He kind of has that build, you know what I mean? He just looks like a beast. 2 olive trees. Ooh, that hairline though, fuck. That's a great debut for him though, especially against somebody like Oban Elliott. I mean, Oban hasn't done, he does resemble Rumble. Yeah, man. Yeah, he does. It's crazy. From the side especially, you know what I mean? If I were to take a quick look, he doesn't have as broad of a upper shoulders, but cuz fucking Rumble was just always like this, but he's definitely still got the shoulders and shit. It's like, damn, it's weird. And then the structure of his face from the side especially, it just, Rumble had kind of the protruding forehead a little more too. But from the side, at a quick glance, I'd be like, damn. And his fight style too, man, with those big fucking right hands. Holy shit. I mean, right there, he was reaching and still just bouncing the head of Oban Elliott. Wow. Well, we went from a 3-round war for the first decision of the night, and it seems like everything reset, and we start off with another first round finish. So these prelims, man, these prelims have been fucking coming through. Fun night of fights so far. I mean, shit. I'm glad I went live for this one for the prelims because these have just been some great fights. All right, we'll update the ticker again. Ludovic Klein versus Tafik Musayev coming up next. So the featured prelim. So this is the last prelim of the night before we get to that main card. And yeah, these prelims come through with a lot of great fights, a lot of big finishes, and it's been a fun night of fights so far. So we'll see if Ludovic Klein and Tofik Musayev come through with a big fight to lead us into the main card. I don't know why all of a sudden. Oh, jeez, my head's itching. I'm dropping my headphones. All right. Well, leading into the main card, I will probably get myself some food, so we'll take a quick break. Probably need a bathroom break at that point too. But yeah, just stick around. You know, I'll have the be right back scene going, and just know I will be back for the main card, but I will take a quick intermission to get some food because I'm kind of starving, and yeah, and then we'll get into the main card. But before that, we have one more prelim going, and we'll see if it gets done as quickly as the rest of the prelims have, except for the one decision. But that fight felt like it went pretty fast as well, even though we went all 3 rounds. So, who you guys got though? Ludovic Klein, Tofik Musayev. Who you got for that one? I'm kind of torn a little bit on this one because, like I said, Klein beat Rebecki, who we just saw win in a big way in his fight tonight. Klein beat him in his last fight. Tofik Musayev beat Ignacio Bahamondes by decision in his last fight. He lost to Orobai before that. Ludovic Klein lost to Mateusz Gamrot before his last win. So, you know, they both had pretty tough opponents in their losses, and they both beat decent opponents in their wins. So this should be a good matchup here. And I don't know, I might have to lean towards Musayev. But fuck, I don't know. I don't get the odds on this one either, but I guess blindly looking at it, I might have to give the edge to Musayev. Knockdowns per 15 minutes, 2.69 for Uros Medić. That's above Carlos Prates, Michael Morales, and Anthony Johnson. Damn. And Abdul Razik Al Hassan. Yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one for D-Rod because D-Rod does get hit. You know what I mean? He always gets hit. And if Uros Medić has that percentage of knockdowns per 15 minutes, it's like, yeah, I got Klein round 1 finish. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of a toss-up for me. I don't know which way to go with it, but like I said, I'll take the I'll take Musayev, just even if it's close. I like Ludovic Klein, but I don't know. There's something about Musayev. I feel like I've gone against Klein before, like doubted him, and I always regret it. This might be one of those. Klein is hope started 5-0, lost the last 2. Yeah. Oof. This might be tough. But I'm hoping for just a good fight, man. Just watching the highlights of both of them, and just looking at their records and stuff, it's one of those I'm not sure about. Especially like off the top of my head, going with I would have thought Klein as well, but then looking into it, I don't know. There's something about Musayev that just keeps calling for me to pick him. So at least I don't have any money on this one, and yeah, I got nothing riding on it, so I'll just take the shot and call Musayev. But I feel like it's going to be a good fight, so let's hope for that. Do you think Tofik cheats a foul again? I don't know, man. I don't know. It sucks because yeah, I don't know. maybe so. Let's see. Hold on. I agree with you. There's something about I can't articulate it. Yeah. He fought in Ryzen before. He had 2 KO wins before he came into the UFC and lost to Oro by decision. And then he beat Ignacio Bahamondes in his last fight. He is kind of streaky. Like he had a big long win streak, and then he lost 1, won 1, lost 1, 2, lost, and now won 1. So, but Klein is a beast. And that's what gives me a little pause. How do I turn off autocorrect? I have no idea. I have no idea. I've had to fucking learn, like, I've had to learn how to proofread before I send things out. Like I try to text fast and then I just like send it, and then I realized that I said like, I said some fucking mixed up stupid word or I said there instead of that, or some stupid bullshit because I'm texting fast and just sending. And then, yeah, I've just learned to proofread. That's really, but especially in a chat like this, because believe me, I'm in chats for like, not YouTube that much, but in like chats for fucking Twitch and stuff. And I'm always like trying to hurry up and send it in to, because that's the way these chats work. It's like somebody's talking and then there's a slight delay and they get past it before you can even get your comment in sometimes. Luckily for you guys, I'm not that popular. My chat's not going crazy, but some chats go nuts. So you're trying to get it in, get your comment in there to be seen quickly. And, then you send something that doesn't even make sense. And by the time you go and correct it, it's like, fuck. Or else everybody's in the chat's making fun of you because you made some kind of mistake that sounds stupid. Like I'm trying to write bukkake, but it autocorrects to backache. Or it's better than it. Never mind. God damn. I was gonna say it's better than it doing the opposite, and you're trying to say backache and you say, oh, I have a backache that's bugging me today, and instead it says you have a bukkake bugging you today, and people will be like, what? I got Klein because 7-1-1 last night. Tofik 1-1 UFC, 1-1 Bellator. Yeah, I get it, man. That makes sense, Rain. Like I said, I'm not putting too much into this because I just have a weird feeling about Musayev, but Klein is a beast. So When does it start? We're in the last fight of the prelims right now, and then the main card will start right after that. So it should be in about 20 minutes. The main card will start. Right now, we have Ludovic Klein versus Tofik Musayev about to get started. The last prelim fight. All prelims have been finishes except for one, which was a 3-round war, and it was a fun fight to watch. So, good fights today. I keep saying tonight. It's today. That's why I'm here live, because it's morning still. Musayev is the underdog, plus 225. Okay. Fuck, I might have made the wrong choice here, but that's okay. Minus 275 favorite. All right. Ludovic Klein. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets the win here. Mr. Highlight. All right, here we go. Here we go. Start of round one. Ludovic Klein versus Tofik Musayev. The last prelim fight before we get to the main card. Featured prelim here. Just filling each other out right now. Nothing thrown yet. Finally, a punch thrown by Klein, but nothing really coming from it. This is probably the slowest start to any of the fights tonight. Oh, there we go. Big exchanges. Tofik Musayev landing a big right hand in there. Not a whole lot going so far. Couple leg kicks exchanged. Ooh, good inside leg kick for Musayev. Oh, good right hand by Oban. Damn, Tofu looking strong. Tofu.
Damn, son.
Oh, Musayev wrapping up Klein after a kick. Pressing him up against the cage. We got the clinch going. Ludovic Klein has the underhooks, keeping Musayev from taking him down. But his back is up against the cage, and Musayev's fighting for position. Got a knee inside. There we go. Now they're back to the center of the cage. Ooh, good right hand by Klein. Inside leg kick again for Musayev. He likes that inside leg kick on the lead leg of Klein. Landed it a few times already. Oh, big right hand by Musayev. Oh, inside leg kick again on Klein. Oh, again, and dropping Klein with that inside leg kick. He's beating up the inside of that leg. Klein's back up to his feet quickly, though, but he did get dropped with that leg kick. Klein landing a couple punches in there. Pressure, yep. That leg kick is killing Klein right now. He's going to have to switch his stance or do something. But Musayev's going to keep kicking the inside of that leg because he's got it out there prominently. Musayev with the forward pressure just continuing to stalk Klein. Hits another inside leg kick. Ooh, good right hand by Klein, though. Some exchanges there. Musayev just kicking that inside leg again. That's going to wear on Klein after a little bit. Oh, Musayev going for the higher kick to the body that time. Klein with the left, landing. Musayev caught a couple punches in there, but nothing drastic. Another inside leg kick to that lead leg. And it just keeps putting Klein off balance. He's kicking that leg out from under him. Good body kick by Musayev. Klein got to get out of Taufik's kicking range. Yeah. But he just, that lead leg just is out there waiting for it. Taufik just spamming those legs. Or spamming those kicks with his leg. I'm just waiting for the explosion here because it looks like they're both gearing up, but 13 seconds left in the first round. There's your 10-minute mark, or 10-second mark, sorry. That's it, end of the first. So Musayev just beating up the inside of the lead leg of Ludovic Klein seems to be the big thing right now. He kicked the leg out from under him a couple times and dropped him down. Musayev fighting for outside foot placement when he throws that cross. Okay. Klein is still landing the shots though. Yeah, I mean Klein's landed some shots in there, but nothing crazy. Musayev just seems to be the more explosive fighter at the moment, especially with those leg kicks. You can see a little redness on the forehead of Musayev. Yeah, Klein with those jabs are doing well. Oh yeah, so he kind of caught the cup there. Taufik showing some damage on his forehead. Yeah, it's a little red. I think those jabs are catching him. He caught a couple hooks too with the right hand. I think Klein's doing well with those lead left hooks, but Musayev with those leg kicks, man, it's really going to wear on Klein, I bet. Here's the start of the second round. Ooh, good exchange right hands for both of them. They both landed on that one. Oh, a good right hand again for Musayev. Straight up the middle. Lands on Klein. Klein goes in for the takedown. Musayev is able to defend. Gets a knee in on him and to the body and presses Klein up against the cage. Klein has the underhooks though. Musayev keeps getting stuck in this position every time he puts Klein up against the cage. He lets Klein get those underhooks and he's not able to do much with it. Musayev still pressing Klein up against the cage. Klein's just fighting for position. There we go. He gets out. Back to the center of the cage. Klein with the right jab. He is landing those jabs pretty well. Oh, Musayev with a combination lands the second shot of those. And again with that inside leg kick to the lead leg of Klein. Oh, good body shot by Musayev, but Klein comes back with a good combination of his own. We got 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in the second round. Oh, there goes Klein. With a little bit of a combo, nothing big though. Musayev answers back with a combination of his own. Does land that right hand pretty well. Oh, good right hand again to the chin of Klein by Musayev. And there he goes with another combo to the body. Klein's trying to come back with some shots of his own, but Musayev's looks like he found a little rhythm. Now he's backing off of it a little bit again. Oh, shit. Good exchange there from both fighters. Oh, good right hand by Musayev again. Kick to the body, misses. Kicks at, oh, shit. Klein follows up that inside leg kick with a high kick of his own. Gets Musayev in the head, but he's fine. Oh, spinning back kick by Klein. Barely catches Musayev at the end of it. Oh, good jab. Good double jab by Klein. Klein trying to put together some combinations, but Musayev is countering and landing some good jabs in the counters. Ooh. Musayev going for that leg again. This time, Klein actually got her out of the way. Kind of a lazy kick for Musayev on that one, though. Oh, shit. Good exchange there. Klein lands a big left hand. Musayev lands a big right hand there and stumbles Klein back a little bit. Klein with the body shot. That's a good one. Oh, big left hand by Klein. Lands on the chin there. Oh, shit. Good exchanges going on here. Musayev pressing Klein up against the cage. Oh, and he lands a big right hand and drops Klein with a good combination. Now some ground and pound. He's going for the finish. Klein is rolling out. Oh, they got the ref's shoe in the mix. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, man. Hold the fuck on. Hold the fuck on. I feel like that was a bad stoppage because the ref got his leg caught in the mix. I've never really seen that. He got his leg caught in the mix of that scramble. And when he pulled his leg out, it was almost like he wasn't paying attention and he just sees Klein bent over and Musayev on top landing punches. I feel like he should have got his bearings back and got himself into position before he called the fight. A couple extra punches in that position isn't that bad. I mean, let's see the replay. So he drops Klein. The ref jumps in there. His foot gets stuck because he's about to call the fight and realizes that Klein is still going. Oh, great combination. That was like a 4-punch combination. So Klein tries to roll over and the ref gets his foot stuck in there. Musayev has probably about 3 or 4 unanswered punches. Okay. Yeah, I guess it was okay, man. But, I feel like he should have let it go a couple more punches. But you know what? It is what it is. I mean, he dropped him and he pounced on him. There it is. Remember, I said I had a weird feeling about Musayev, and that was why. Apparently. But that's a great win. Another finish in the prelims. So we only had 1 decision throughout all 8 fights of the prelims, and only 2 fights went past the second round for any of the finishes. Yeah, that was a good fight. That was a good showing by Musayev. And yeah, round 2 TKO. Great prelims, man. Great prelims. I'm actually pretty happy with those prelims. I'm glad I went live for this because the prelims were great. I'm going to update this info on the ticker real quick, and then I will take a quick break. Let's see. Man, they're just letting him go with whatever the hell he's saying. Okay. Tofik Musayev calling for a top 15 opponent. All right. So prelims are over. Main card coming at you here pretty quick. I'm going to take a quick break. I will put the be right back scene up. Please come back. Don't go anywhere. I will be back shortly. And I just need a bathroom break and I'm going to grab some food real fast. So I'll be right back. Maybe if I find the right button. Yo, while I get my food going real quick. What happened? Oh, the chat's like trying to catch up. Anyway, I just figured I'd jump in real quick while I'm waiting on my food. Yeah, that was a great showing for prelims. 7 finishes, 1 decision, and it was a good one, a good fight leading up to the decision. So now we have Milos Janikic versus Noah Gugnon, starting off the main card in the lightweight division. We'll have that coming up here in a couple minutes. We got Jan Blachowicz versus Navajo Sterling in the co-main event. Navajo Sterling being the favorite at minus 340, plus 265 underdog for Jan Blachowicz. And then in the main event, we have Uros Medić versus D-Rod, Daniel Rodriguez. Medić being the favorite in that one. Should be some good fights coming up here. We also got Alexander Rakic versus Marcin Tybura. Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentin. And Vlastislav Chepo versus Gilbert Urbina. So some decent fights coming up as well. Let's hope that they're as good as the prelims. And yeah, give me a couple minutes. Stick around. I'll be right back while I'm gone. If you're here, please make sure you hit that like button for me. And yeah, hit that like button for me while you're here. Sorry, I'm just noticing something else happening here. But yeah, and also let me know what you think in the comments of what are your picks for this main card, who you got, and if you had picks for the prelims, tell me how you did. So I'll be back here in a minute or two. Yo, I'm back. All right. Yeah, I was just getting some food, man. I've been here since the prelims. Feeling kind of hungry. Hadn't eaten anything yet. So yeah. Let's see if the chat picks back up. Yeah, so now after those great prelims, we got some pretty good fights coming up in this main event, and I'm hoping that hoping they're as good as those prelims because those were entertaining as hell. So we're about to get going with the start of the main card. Don't mind me, I will be taking bites of my food here and there, just so that I can get some sustenance. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the prelims so far. If you're in here checking out the stream, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you like what you see. And we're just talking about the fights. Jump in the chat. You can talk to me about the fights, or what you think about what's happening right now, what happened in the prelims, what your fight picks are, all that good stuff. And because I only do sausage in a muffin, I've got a little double sausage action there. I'm not doing no cheese because I don't eat cheese. I'm not doing any egg because I really don't eat egg that much. So we'll just stick with that. It seems kind of plain, but I put some syrup on it. It's good to go. So I'm going to take a couple bites of my food and we're going to get started as soon as this main card starts. We had some quick early finishes, and of course they have to get all the early lead-in stuff happening. But yeah, they should be making the walk to the cage here shortly. And then we'll get to talking about these fights. These fights are fun because not only, it starts early, but it's not so early that it changes my day very much. It started for me at 7 a.m. And that for me, I'm usually up by that time anyway. So that's what makes these fights fun, because then I can go live for the whole thing. Usually it's either so early that I don't really feel like getting up that early to go live for it. So I'll just wake up for the main card. But when, and then at night, every other Saturday that they're on in the evening. It's too much of a hassle for me. I would have to stop everything I'm doing at all times in order to go live for every single one. So that's why I just pick and choose, the early fight cards I will do, and then the main, numbered events / used to be pay-per-views are usually what I will go live for. So, but I do previews on Thursdays of the fights coming up, and then I do recaps on Sundays, so you can check out those shows as well. Who won, Gugnon or Janikic? They're just walking out right now, so no one has won yet. The fight's about to get started right now. That fight hasn't started yet. Who I think will win? I think I picked Janikic. I think that's how you say it. I'm being a bit of a degenerate, and I'm eating my breakfast with an old fashioned. But that's because I usually have a drink for the fights anyway, and I haven't had a drink yet this morning. Like I said, when I go play golf, I'm usually drinking earlier than this. But yeah, I just been drinking like tea, and I had an energy drink throughout the prelims. Some of this Arizona fruit punch, which is pretty damn good. But it's about time for the main card, so let's get the main card started right with a nice little cocktail. And this will probably be the only one of these. I'll probably drink some twisted teas after this, but nothing crazy. Just sipping on something. So cheers to anybody out there having a drink as well, watching the fights, or if you're just sipping on some OJ or something like that, cheers anyway. I pre-made this earlier this morning and I had it in the fridge waiting on me. So it stayed pretty good. And don't mind me, like I said, I might be leaning over to take bites of my food as I eat, just to get some food in my stomach, because I was kind of hungry as I've been here for a minute. It's been a few hours. So 3 hours and 15 minutes actually is what my timer says so far. But we got the second fighter making his way out to the cage right now. And let's see how they say his name, because I keep like messing it up. I'm not exactly sure how to say his last name. It's Milos Medić. Okay. Milos Medić. Okay, so here's your first matchup of the night. Oh shit, hold on. Let me move that. Okay, he's damn, that was quick. Let me put that up again. Okay. They're both making their UFC debut. 11-1 by KO TKO for Medić, 8-0 by sub, 6-1 for KO TKO for Gugnon, and 3-0 by sub. So, you know, somewhat evenly matched. Medić seems to be the crowd favorite here. 11 first round finishes is pretty damn good. So yeah, I'm expecting a pretty decent fight. Let's take a look at my picks real quick. I do fight wheel predictions, which are random, as well as I make my own picks. So my picks are on the left. The fight wheel predictions are on the right. The fight wheel predictions are totally random. I spin this wheel, and whatever it lands on is what I put down as the pick. So I picked Gugnon. The fight wheel predicted Medić. So we'll see who gets this one correct. Live? Yes, I'm live, but the fights are live as well. I cannot show the fights, so I apologize for that if that's what you are here for. But I will be talking about the fights as they happen live. So you can get updates from me here. I mean, I do a little bit of play-by-play, but I'll definitely keep you up to date on what's happening in between my bites of food, because I'm eating breakfast at the moment too. Won't take me long to get through it. Pretty much a pick 'em as far as the odds go. Minus 105 for Medić. Gugnon is minus 115. Here's Bruce Buffer with the announcement. As you can see in the top corner, you have the matchup that is happening right now, so you can watch along and know who's fighting at the moment. I also have the ticker at the bottom that gives you a little bit of information as well. So yeah, got a little bit of information going on, as well as the chat's on the screen. So anything you post in the chat will show up on the screen. I know everybody likes to see, you know, their interactions and stuff like that. Plus, it allows for people to see what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to, because when I just answer the chat and it's not on the screen, if you just jump in the middle of nowhere. Plus, I'm on Spotify, so if you listen to the audio version, or if you're watching this later, you might not know what I'm talking about. So then you can see it on the screen and know like why I said what I said about certain things. But yeah, if you want to interact or whatnot, you can always drop your thoughts in the chat as to who you got winning for this fight. We got Milos Medić versus Noah Gugnon. All right, here we go. Start of the first round. Uh-oh. He's got a toad tattoo on his shoulder. That's hilarious. Janicic coming out with some big punches right away. Ooh, good leg kick for Gugnon. Uh-oh. Janicic just coming in with some big punches. Gugnon hitting those leg kicks pretty well. Oh, he looks like Janicic has an issue with his leg. Oh, he can't stand on that leg. Oh, he's got drop foot. Janicic has drop foot, I think. Gugnon kicked his leg again and he went down, and now he's on top. So this might give him time to recover from that. His leg, he just couldn't stand on that leg. Yeah, Gugnon needs to stand up. That's what the broadcast is saying too. Oh, he just got full mount. And now Janicic gives the back. Gugnon has the choke. A lot of activity going on here on the ground. They're rolling around. Gugnon has a choke again. He's about to tap him out. He did. He tapped him. Noah Gugnon, that was my pick, and he got the win in the first round. You know, he injured that leg of Janicic, and Janicic had a bad reaction to it. Wasn't able to stand on it. You know, he had that drop foot thing going on. And so he finally got him down, and he was able to scramble into the dominant position and get the choking. You know, he got the choke attempt in the first. I'm choking. He got the choke attempt, and Janicic was able to get out of it. But then, you know, Gugnon rolled around, was able to get him to. Oh, he hurt his leg by throwing a kick of his own? Oh, he hit the top of the foot on Gugnon's elbow. Gugnon threw a calf kick that made his leg act up too. Like, he couldn't put the pressure on it. Yeah, that was a good first fight. You know, we get the finish right away. I mean, it's a shame that it happened because of somewhat of an injury, but Gugnon able to, you know, stick in there and wrap him up. You know, the broadcast was saying they should let him up. I was thinking the same thing, and instead Gugnon was able to, you know, get the dominant position and sink in that choke and finish it. So good first fight, very short one, and two guys making their UFC debut, and Gugnon comes out the winner. So the good luck of the prelims being good fights and getting early quick finishes has carried over into the main card so far. First fight out of 6, and we get an early first round finish. A little bit of a, you know, asterisk on that because of the somewhat of an injury, but Gugnon was able to wrap up the choke and make it happen. So, you know, he gets the win regardless, and the injury thing, it is what it is. Now we get the official decision. Obviously, we know who wins, but we got to get that official decision out there. I feel bad for Janicic because, you know, your leg's not working and then you get mauled. But he could have gotten injured really bad. He could have gotten knocked out, and instead he, you know, just got submitted. Sucks to lose your UFC debut that way, but at least there's a little bit of a reason, you know. You get that injury, you can't really stand, put pressure, or pivot or anything like that. So it is what it is. It's a tough way to go out, but Gugnan gets the win. That could work against him too, but you can also give him the credit for the leg kicks and taking advantage of the situation he was in. Janicic, he tried to throw some up kicks that were pretty dangerous. Gugnan just kind of jumped his way in there and went past it, but damn, he could have gotten stuck. He could have gotten caught by one of those up kicks. Would have been bad. All right, so next up, who do we got next? Oh, Chepo, right? Chepo versus Urbina. Yeah, Vlasto Chepo versus Gilbert Urbina. All right, just updating that. Should MVP MMA look for fighters that talk trash? I mean, I think that's part of what they're going to be looking for, but I don't think that's making a entire roster of people that just talk shit and maybe don't back it up or only back it up because somebody has to win out of the fight. That's kind of tough. But I do think it's probably beneficial for them to find people that are going to be, you know, good on the mic as well as good in the cage. But I don't think that's going to be what they're going to be looking for overall. It doesn't have to be the whole roster. Yeah, I mean, there should be. I mean, there's, by, you know, just putting together that many people, there's gonna have to be somebody in there that wants to talk shit, right? But have we really seen that coming from the PFL? They're taking over the PFL roster, so we haven't really got to see that from them for the most part. And if so, it hasn't gained much traction as far as people people covering like the kind of shit talk and stuff the way they do in the UFC. So going out and looking for fighters like that is probably a decent idea, especially if those fighters can back it up too. But you might have those guys that are just decent fighters that might just be decent fighters that can hold their own here and there, and but yet, stir up some shit by shit talking. So it's not a bad idea. I just don't know if it's gonna be like a, something that they really focus on. Josh Hokett too. Sean Strickland gets a lot of media attention. Oh yeah, for sure. And that's because Sean Strickland says some outlandish shit that he actually means, and then he goes back and runs it, tries to walk it back. But Josh Hokett just plays a character. So both of those get attention in different ways, and it's not always good, but yeah, it does bring the attention. So when it comes down to it, you're gonna have people that talk shit. You're gonna have people that are gonna want to talk shit, but you have to back it up in the cage. Otherwise, most people are just gonna say, well, this guy's full of shit. Unless you're just saying crazy things, and that's kind of the way Sean Strickland is. Hokett is that way too a little bit, but they both kind of been backing up what they, backing up the shit talk in the cage. As far as like, oh, it's worth watching him, even though he's going to say something stupid afterwards, because he's a good fighter. So I think there has to be a healthy balance of that. Cause if you're just a garbage fighter and you talk a ton of shit and you say some stupid outlandish shit that makes everybody pissed off, it's still going to get attention, but maybe not the kind of attention you want, and maybe not as much attention if you're also not a great fighter putting on a good show. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion on that. I guess a good example of someone who's going to talk mad shit, back it up in the cage, and even if they lose, still be able to say crazy shit and have it get attention and have people show up to watch their fights because of it. It's probably the best one to do it, which is Conor McGregor. You know what I mean? You either have people watching you to win or lose. Bryce Mitchell is an example. Yeah, you know, you got people there to watch you get your ass kicked, or you got people there to watch you win. Conor McGregor had people there for both, and he was the best of both worlds, and which is why he was such a superstar, and he still to this day gets paid one of the highest paychecks out of all of the UFC. So, you know, yeah, people are going to show up to watch you lose too, but the thing is if it's just like garbage ass fights, like, you know, a lot of people were turned off by the Conor McGregor fight. So, people just don't really want to see that, but at the same time, Conor's such a big name that they'll show up for the next one too. It's going to take a little more than that for him, but run of the mill people, like I would say Hokit, he hasn't shown us enough of that. You know, Conor has a history of what he's done, so it's a little bit different. How do you feel about Conor saying next year fight will be his last? I think it's going to be his last in the UFC. I don't think it's going to be his last fight overall. It just depends. If he gets another fucking injury in the middle of a fight like he did this time, maybe it will be his last. But I don't think it's going to be his last overall. I think he's going to see what free agency brings him, who's going to pay him the most, and I think he's either going to wind up at bare knuckle or something like that. I don't know if he's going to wind up in another promotion like MVP MMA. You know, I've heard a lot of people say that maybe he's going to wind up at like MVP so that he can get some of the fights that they had. But, you know, we've seen that some of their fighters have left. And now that they're merging with PFL, like it's another organ. It's just like if he were to have gone to PFL after the UFC, just because that's not a big enough organization for him. BKFC, he has a vested interest in, and he's making money from that as well. So if he does anything, I think he goes to BKFC, or he just boxes again and tries to rematch Floyd or go up against somebody like that. Something that's going to bring him big money and big attention. He's not going to do it just to do it. So if he leaves the UFC, it's going to be for something like BKFC or boxing. Unless MVP MMA turns into something crazy. If it was doing just the one-off super shows like they did with Ronda and Gina, then I could see that having been something that he would want to go for and rematch, like do the trilogy with Nate there or something like that. But now that they're merging with PFL, it might be a different story unless it takes off and gets crazy. So we'll see. It all matters about what happens over the next year. Floyd gonna have to box in his 70s because of his money. Yeah, no shit. Which is why I could see them making another Conor fight. How much interest would be in it, I don't know, but they'll get paid. That's for sure, because I think a lot of people will still watch. Instead of it being like, oh, let's see this UFC champion if he can take on the boxer. It's like, well, we've seen this before, but Conor did okay before, but now we got one guy who needs to fight because he needs the money, and another guy who needs to fight because he needs to feel the glory again. And he's probably not going to. But you know, it might be a different kind of interest in it than there was before. So yeah, but Floyd's definitely gonna have to keep taking these fights and hoping that people are interested in it in order for him to keep making that money, because he's horrible with his money. Allegedly. Conor should remove the padding from his gloves for the Floyd match. Maybe. Or fill it up with something. I don't know. Like, how much interest, like, would you be interested to see Conor box Floyd again? Or did you see enough with the last one? Different circumstances now, obviously. But, like, how much interest would there really be in that? For me, I'm not that interested in seeing that. Because I just look at Conor now, especially after that last fight, and I just think about how he was in that fight against Floyd back then. Now, you can say what you want. Minus 100% times 100. What was I going to say? Oh. So the thing is I look at Conor now, and I remember how he was back then. And I remember, like, the weird rabbit punches. You know, he wasn't super technical in boxing. I think boxing affected him negatively when it came to his style when he got back to the UFC. Yeah, he had some success here and there, but I feel like he lost the style he had before he went and boxed. And I feel like that was to his detriment. So I think that looking at him now, maybe it might be better for him that he, you know, in a boxing ring. But I just feel like if he's just going to continuously get hurt, obviously boxing would be better for him so he doesn't have to use his legs, because those have been the issues. But as far as, yeah, like, as far as how he would do in the ring, I just don't know. I don't think he has that. He doesn't have that killer instinct anymore like he had before. Could he get it back? Maybe. But will he get it back? I don't know. And, like, what kind of a fight is Floyd going to put up? Because every time we see him in any kind of match, it's kind of one of those, like, you know, half effort type shit. So it might be one of those things where it's just not even worth it. But you never know. You never know. And it could turn into something good. It could be horrible. But I think if they did it, people would definitely be interested until they saw how they fought. I think that would be the way that he fought in this last match. If things go really wrong for him in that last fight of his UFC contract, there might not be as much interest. And then on top of that, if things go really bad in a boxing match for him too, you want to talk about just over. Like, things might just be over at that point. And then he might have to do these, like, find out who's willing to pay him to show up and use his name. And then he just shows up for these, like, exhibition type matches that, like, Floyd has been doing. You know what I mean? Just to make a bag. And it might not even be that as big of a bag as before. So here's your matchup. The guys are walking in right now. Vlasto Chepo versus Gilbert Urbina. Chepo making his UFC debut, 14-3 overall. 1-3 for Urbina in the UFC, 7-4 overall. 10-1 by KO TKO for Chepo. That's a good number there. Let me hit that again because I want to see. Yeah, Urbina's on a 2-fight losing streak while Chepo's on a 2-fight winning streak coming into the UFC. Chepo's got more wins and everything except for decisions, but he's only had one fight go to decision and he lost it. So, I mean, decent matchup here. Urbina might be in some trouble because Chepo looks like a tough opponent. Let me see who I picked in this fight. I got the first one correct with the Gugnon fight. Oh yeah, me and the Fight Wheel predicted Chepo to get the win here. So we'll see how this one turns out. And we'll see if Chepo is the favorite at minus 370. Gilbert Urbina is a plus 290 dog. This is a middleweight bout. And Urbina has a 2-inch reach and is 2 inches taller, 3 inches taller. So yeah, quick first fight of the night with Janicic versus Gugnon. Gugnon gets the win after Janicic's leg kind of gives out on him. I think he had the drop foot thing going on, and Gugnon took advantage, kicked those legs out from under him, got him on the ground, wrapped him up into a submission, and made him tap out. So that was your first fight of the night for the main card, and yet another finish. We've only had one decision on this entire card so far out of 9 fights, and it was still an entertaining fight. So this card has been pretty great. Let's hope it keeps up. And we'll see what this fight gives us. Vlasto Chepo making his UFC debut, -370 favorite, fighting Gilbert Urbina, who is the underdog, and is like 1-2 in the UFC. So here we go. Start of the first round. Vlasto Chepo versus Gilbert Urbina. Yeah, Chepo pressing forward. Oh, good right hand by Chepo right away, catching Urbina. Chepo just pressing forward, coming at Urbina with big punches. Urbina throwing back. Big exchanges as Urbina's against the cage. Oh, Urbina catches Chepo and drops him. Urbina jumps on top. Dropping elbows on Chepo. I think he caught him with an uppercut. Oh, big elbows landed on Chepo. The ref's letting it go. He's calling for action or defense from Chepo. That's it. It's over. Gilbert Urbina with the first round TKO against... Oh, man. He came out looking pretty good, and then Gilbert Urbina just caught him. Wow. That was another fast finish, man. Yeah, I'm pretty surprised by that outcome. That was fast and furious. But Gilbert Urbina I was wrong on that one, man. Unfortunately, Gilbert Urbina just came out ready to go. I mean, they got into a firefight, man. They both exchanged punches back and forth. Urbina's trying to land kicks in between, and then he just catches Chepo and is able to drop him, and then he jumps on him and starts dropping elbows and hammer fists as you know, furious as he can with that ground and pound. And Chepo just couldn't handle it, couldn't do anything back, covering up, and he gets finished. So the underdog gets the win. I think he was coming in on a loss. He's 1-2 in the UFC, and I believe he was coming off a loss. I'm going to open it on my phone because apparently my computer is just acting up today. I don't know what the deal is, but I keep getting updates on my stream saying that the bit rate's low on certain things, and it's like, what the fuck is happening here? Let's see. Yeah, he was coming off a loss to one half of the main event, Uros Medić, who TKO'd him in the first round in his last fight. He was actually on a 2-fight losing streak. He lost to Chuck Buffalo, Charles Radke as well by TKO in the first round. And I think that's why I picked Chepo, because I remember seeing that and I was like, wait a minute. We got him losing in the first round by TKO, and Chepo, that's what he likes to do, is come at you and swing big shots at you and take people out in the first round. So I figured Chepo would be doing that and would take him out quickly. Because his last 3 fights, no, his last 2 fights for Chepo were first round finishes by TKO. So that's what I based my pick off of, and Urbina came in as the underdog and took the win. So yet another finish in the main card for UFC Belgrade, and that makes 10 fights. 10 fights total, only 1 decision out of all those fights. So pretty damn good night of fights. I will keep saying it because it's been fun. And I've enjoyed watching these fights, and I'm glad I went live for it because, yeah, it's been good. Let's see what Urbina has to say as far as... Damn, yeah, he came out swinging, man. He was definitely ready and there for the war. Urbina's talking about the fact that other people didn't want to fight him because, you know, he's dangerous. He comes out ready to fight, and he comes after you furiously. And that's what he did. But Urbina sat in the pocket and traded with him, and he was able to get the better of the exchange, and he dropped Chepo, and, you know, that's kind of what happened. Yeah, if you bet money on Urbina, he was the underdog. So that's a good win for him, and some people want some money on that one. Lots of stoppages in this fight, man. It's been fun. Urbina's talking shit about the fact that they were calling him El Chepo. Oh, they're actually showing celebrities on the side cams, and they're getting the names correct. You know, Dana White was talking mad shit about the fact that they couldn't seem to get it right with like Shakur Stevenson calling him a basketball player or something like that. So I'm kind of surprised because he's like, maybe our thing should be to stop showing the celebrities in the crowd. And it's like, well, that's kind of a promotional thing. Like, you kind of want to show them, especially if they're out there and wanting to be seen at the UFC fights. But yeah, man, I get it. When your production crew is putting up the wrong names and shit, that's kind of embarrassing. Especially when, unfortunately, it's happened to only black guys that it just looks a little bad because they're like, oh, it's a basketball player, it's a rapper, and it's like, no, that's a boxer, bro. It's not a rapper or a basketball player. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, it's a little rough, and I could understand the frustration on that one, because there's the joke the joke that goes around about, oh, all black people look the same to you or something like that, and it sounds racist and shit. So yeah, it's got to be tough to have your production team doing stuff like that, and I'm sure they're not doing it on purpose, but it's like, that's definitely something you shouldn't get wrong on a big broadcast like a UFC broadcast. So I can understand the frustration with that one. All right, so Next up, we got Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentin coming up. That's the next one. And I gotta update this ticker. This is kind of a distraction. I might stop doing this part because I don't know that I like having to make sure I'm stay up to date with it. It's just one of those things that it's just an extra thing to do. And I like having it there, so I might do it where it's just like I don't have to update it, you know what I mean? Or I don't have to update it as much because it's kind of a distraction. Even when I'm just sitting here by myself, obviously, if no one's in the chat, like asking me questions and stuff, it's not a big deal. But if I had stuff going through the chat right now, I would definitely be annoyed by this. And it distracts me. But I like having the info down there. That's kind of one of the appeals to it, I guess, for me. But I shouldn't be doing it for myself. I should be doing it for everybody watching. So I guess if it doesn't matter to anybody else out there, then why should it matter to me? But it's one of those things I like to do, I guess. My problem is I get an idea and I start doing it, and then it becomes something that I try to add on to and add on to and add on to, and then I'm like, okay, this is just becoming too much. So maybe that's the problem, is I need to just leave well enough alone. But I overthink things a lot, and I start to I just want to make things better all the time, and sometimes I do things that really don't make it better. It's just an extra thing in there that I stress on and no one else really cares about. Not that it should matter, it's like, I'm putting reminders in there that I say all the time anyway, like jump in the chat, let me know what you think about this, that, or the other thing. Don't forget to hit that like button. I always say that too. And then info on what's happening. UFC Belgrade, Medić versus Rodriguez. That's all on the screen already anyway. Prelims were great. 7 finishes, 5 in the first round. That's just info on what happened before. Belgrade watch party happening now. Just telling you what's happening right now. Main card is live. And then now up Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentin. And then I added in there, Vlasto Chepo versus Gilbert Urbina, first round TKO for Urbina. That's just an update on what happened in the last fight. So you can see all that information down there, but does anybody really pay attention to it? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe I'm the only one that really is stressing about it. So who knows? Just extra things I like to try to add in the mix and see if it's worth it. And so on a trial basis, I guess. All right, so we got 2 fights down, both finishes in the first round for the main card. Now we got Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentin happening in the middleweight division right now. And here's your matchup. Todorovic 13-6 in MMA, 11-6 for Valentin, 4-6 in the UFC for Dusko, 1-3. Standout for Valentin is the 7 wins by sub. I think Todorovic, I need to make this longer, I guess. 8-4 by KO TKO. He's never been submitted, and they're both 1-2 by decision, and they're both coming off a loss. I mean, a win. I'm sorry. So maybe I do need to make those a little bit longer. That might be because I feel like I'm constantly trying to hit the button again. So maybe I should extend it a little bit. Let's see. These commercials drive me nuts, man. They play the same damn commercials all the time. So you got to deal with hearing the same shit over and over again. So, I mean, I'm glad there's minimal amount of commercials, but it still gets to be a bit annoying. All right. Let's get this fight started. Instead, we get more commercials. All right. Let's give this a shot and see how long this lasts. Since we got the fight coming up right now. There we go. 3-3 by KO TKO for Valentine. All right. I'm just kind of seeing how long it's actually going to stay up there. This does feel a little longer, which is nice because then you can actually go through all the information. Okay. Yeah, that feels good. Tell him you have ADHD. Yeah, I know. I definitely do sometimes have that problem. What's happening with... Okay, so this chat's not working now. What the fuck? Modern, close that. Okay, well. All right, just waiting on these fights. I mean, these fights have been going so fast, so now they're doing filler time. You know what I mean? A bunch of extra commercials because of the fact that things have been so slow. Or I mean, so fast that now the in-between stuff is slow. So I'm just waiting on this fight to start. Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentine. Should be a good one. We've already had 2 finishes in the first round, and just waiting to see how the rest of this fight card is gonna play out. Who knows if we get a whole lot of other quick finishes or what's gonna happen here. But I am looking forward to this fight. Let me see fight wheel predictions. So I got Chepo wrong. We so did the fight wheel though, because we both picked Chepo for the win over Urbina, and we were wrong because Urbina won in the first round. So then we have Gugnon versus Janicic. Or I'm sorry, yeah, Gugnon versus Janicic. I did get that one correct with Gugnon getting the win there, and the fight wheel got that one wrong. And next up, we have Dusko Todorovic versus Robert Valentine, and we both picked Todorovic on that as well. So we'll see if we both get this right or wrong, considering we both picked the same thing. The fight wheel predictions are totally random, and I make my picks to go up against the fight wheel predictions to see who gets it right. So let's see how that plays out. Okay, let's see. All right, we're finally about to get this started. Valentina is the favorite at -170, so this was one of my underdog picks here, with Todorovic being a +145 dog. So we'll see if that plays out for me or if that turns out to be a bad decision. We got Bruce Buffer with the announcement here. +3-inch reach advantage for Robert Valentine. I'm not exactly sure what was my... I don't really know exactly why I went with Todorovic on this one. What was my standout thing? Let me see if I can... Todorovic is 4-6 in the UFC. Damn. He beat Jose Medina by sub in his last fight. Before that, he was on a 3-fight losing streak with 2 TKO losses and a decision. Let's see what Valentine... 1-3. He's coming off a submission win over Julian LeBlanc. He was on a 3-fight losing streak before that as well. So, yeah, they're kind of even. Oh, Valentin with a big Sparta kick. Caught him with that teep kick and threw Todorovic across the cage. Valentin is coming out aggressive. Todorovic going in for the takedown and gets his neck taken quickly by Valentin. And now Valentin's cranking on that neck, lifting him up while Todorovic is climbing on Valentin, trying to relieve the pressure. He does get out of it. That had to hurt his neck, though. Valentin on top. Todorovic trying to find a way to get back up. Valentin in half guard. Valentin just looking for an opening here. Todorovic trying to find a way to get Valentin off of him. Scooting his way back up to the cage to maybe use that as some leverage to get up, I think. Not a whole lot going on here. Just Valentin on top, controlling Dusko at the moment. Waiting for some action here. Dusko seems to be fighting things off well, but he's not able to get up. So Valentin's going to just keep having his way on the ground here. .255 left in the first round. Valentin's got his hands on. Okay, he let it go. And now Dusko gets the takedown, but he winds up in a guillotine. But he's turning his body over, trying to relieve the pressure and not allow Valentin to really get that locked in. A lot of transitions on the ground, a lot of groundwork, defense. You know, Dusko wound up on the ground with Valentin on top, and now he was able to reverse it and get on top of Valentin at this point. Oh, Valentin getting the reversal and winds up on top again. Less than 2 minutes left in the first round. Valentin. All right, this is just becoming like crazy grappling match at the moment. Dusko keeping the guard high, looking like he's maybe trying to lock up a triangle or trying to set up a triangle. Valentin gets out. Dusko turns over. Valentin takes it back. Looking to gain control with the arm, the seatbelt position, it looks like. Oh. Okay, Dusko about to get up, but falls back down into Valentin. Valentin turns it back around. Just a lot of... Oh! Valentin has the guillotine tight, and he tapped. Dusko tapped. He had 46 seconds left. In the transition, Valentin was able to get a tight guillotine in and lock it up, and Dusko couldn't get out, so he tapped. Damn. Well, another first round finish. That one wasn't as exciting, but some good transitions on the ground, some good, groundwork, grappling and stuff. It was a little bit slow there for a minute, and but it turned into some good transitions, and then we wind up with Robert Valentin getting that choke. yeah, man, he just kept tucking that head in, and Valentin kept taking it. But I think because he was able to get out of it every single time, he just took that for granted and kept leaving his head open for that guillotine. And it was just a wrong decision, man. Wrong decision. He was reckless with leaving his head in there, and you know that's Valentin with 2 wins in a row. And that puts Dusko back down into the losing column. So, and that makes me wrong for my pick, but as luckily for me, the Fight Wheel predicted that one incorrectly as well. I tried to go with the underdog. I tried to sneak an underdog in there every once in a while. Maybe that was the wrong one to do. No big deal. I didn't bet on any of that. So, it's just my picks for the show. So, yeah, yet another finish. So we are now well beyond 7 finishes. But when there's this many fights on the card, there was 8 prelims. There's 6 main card fights. So yeah. We've only had 1 decision out of all of that. So not too bad. Pretty good night of fights. Day of fights, night of fights. I keep saying night of fights because I'm used to the nights. But it's daytime. It's not even noon here yet. It's 11 a.m. So definitely not close to being night. But these fights are going so fast too. It's like I feel like there's a lot of downtime, which is unfortunate because it's like what are we filling it with? There's a lot of commercials on TV. I'm not going to commercials. I only had one break, and that was to get some food, and I had my food. So, but this is the way it is when it's being live for 6 hours. 6 hours straight too. But at least there's been good fights that have kept me interested while they've lasted. But they're kind of so quick that it almost feels like there's not enough fighting going on. Always got to find something, you know what I mean? But I'm happy for a lot of finishes because that means that they've been exciting. And while they last, they're damn fun to watch. Robert Valentin. It's a good win for him, man. He's like super friendly with Dusko. There's something weird going on with Bisping's mic. It's like got feedback or something. Robert Valentin, 12 of 13 wins. Finished 12 of 13 wins, 9 submissions. Oh, okay. So it seems like maybe they were close, good friends or something. A lot of respect between these two, though. And he's got Dusko in there translating for him. I know a lot going on in that post fight. A lot going on, but hey, another finish and Gilbert Burns in the crowd. What the hell? Giga Chikadze? Oh man, that hat is horrible, Giga. Your head is too big for a hat like that. All right. Well, 3 fights down, 3 fights to go in the main card, and they've been going quick. But lots of finishes, and that's what we like. Next up, we have Alexander Rakic versus Marcin Tybura. I don't expect this fight to be very technical, but we got Alexander Rakic moving up into the heavyweight division from the light heavyweight division. Marcin Tybura has been there, but it's one of those fights that you don't know really how it's gonna go, because Rakic has been having issues with getting wins. I think he's down. Let me double check this again, because there's too many fights to remember off the top of my head. But Alexander Rakic is coming off of a 4-fight losing streak. He lost to Jan Blachowicz, who's fighting after him. He lost to Yuri Prohaska, both by TKO. He lost to a decision to Magomed Ankalaev, and then a TKO loss to Azamat Mirzakhanov. A bunch of difficult opponents in the light heavyweight division. So, I mean, I can give him a break on that, I guess, a little bit. But now he's moving up with the big boys after getting TKO'd by the light heavyweights. So I'm not sure that is the best idea. So I do worry about that one for him. But he's fighting a 40-year-old in Marcin Tybura, who is 14-10 in the UFC. He's on a 2-fight losing streak as well, but he lost to Ante Delia by TKO in the first round, and then he lost to Tyrell Fortune by decision. So he had 2 wins in a row, and then he had those 2 losses in a row for his last 2 fights. And yeah, it's not like he's a world beater at the moment, but Rakic is on a 4-fight losing streak and moving up in weight. So we'll see how that does for him, considering the fact that, you know, Tybura has been up there in heavyweight already and is more of a natural heavyweight than Rakic, who's putting on weight to, you know, be a heavyweight. We'll see how he comes in looking. A lot of these guys that have moved up in weight, especially from light heavy to heavy, have not really been, I feel like haven't really been putting the weight on the right way. So they look a little sloppy, look a little messy, look a little chubby. But it's worked for some of them, and for some of them it hasn't. So we'll have to wait and see how Rakic looks. Rakic is usually in really good shape, so I wouldn't expect anything too different from him. But I'm sure he's put on some weight, or else he just doesn't have to cut down. That might be the thing, more than anything. So I definitely think it has potential to be a good fight. But you know, it's always tough to know if we're gonna get a good fight out of guys like this or not. Tybura especially, like I just can't stand his fighting style. I don't understand. I don't understand his fight style sometimes. It's just weird. We got Ian Gary versus Islam Makhachev coming up. Anybody think that Ian Gary has a chance to win? I'm kind of thinking yes. This seems to be the year of. This kind of seems to be the year of bigger name, you know, dominant, maybe not super dominant champions, but champions that just haven't lost a ton. And they've been losing. You know, Ilia Topuria, Alex Pereira, stuff like that. So, you know, people that you don't think are going to lose to certain people, and then they do lose. So I feel like this has been a year of that kind of stuff happening. So I think that Ian Gary is one of those guys that could possibly beat Islam. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of leaning towards the way of Ian Gary in this one, but Islam's a beast, and it's tough to bet against him, really. So it's going to be interesting to see how that turns out. All right, finally getting ready to get the next fight started. Which is Marcin Tybura versus Alexander Rakic. There's a lot of background noise going on from the broadcast, which is kind of weird because they don't usually have that much stuff going on in the background. Oh, Bogdangrad in the crowd after his win. I was wondering who they were showing because it looks like his girlfriend or wife, whatever she is to him, went running up to him, so I couldn't really tell who that was. Appreciate you. All is good. Hey, Rakic looks pretty good, man. He still looks like he's in good shape. He's cut up still. He's not looking flabby. I mean, he looks pretty big, but big in the good way, not in the bad way. So I'm just, waiting to see how he's going to perform against Tybura. Tybura is one of those guys that's either going to come out and just beat you quickly or just beat the hell out of you, or he's going to come out and make some stupid decisions, get himself in some bad positions and get beat up. So, and I know that sounds kind of vague, like, okay, yeah, that's kind of how everything goes, but it's like real black and white with Tybura. There's never really good technical fighting coming from him. There's never really good consistency coming from him. I feel like it's just kind of sloppiness all the way around. I just like to say that it's about the way his hairdo is, which is bad. It's bad. It's all over the place. It's sloppy. Not well thought out. That's just kind of where I'm coming from with Tybura. His hair looks horrible at all times. And there's been times where it's looked way worse than now, but I just don't understand his fighting style. I don't understand his hairdo. I don't know. Just not a big fan of Tybura, I guess. He's a decent fighter, but yeah, he just makes some stupid decisions. So yeah, I'm over here talking about being live for 6 hours, right? And I'm just watching these commercials, and it's a Big Brother commercial, and I'm like, well, it reminds me that today starts a subathon, like a marathon thing for one of the streamers that I watch, which is Cinna. I know I've mentioned this before, but when these streamers do these subathons, I mean, their deal, the deal with it is that they're really just trying to see how many subs they can get, see if they can break a record. They're live 24/7. They literally don't turn the camera off throughout those 24/7, unless something crazy happens. Obviously they don't take the camera in the bathroom with them or anything like that, but they have they're live 24/7. They sleep on camera, stuff like that. So that's happening starting today with that streamer that I watch all the time. And yeah, I'm over here talking about being live for 6 hours, but yet they're doing live streams for 24, doing 24/7 for fucking the whole month, which is nuts. It's a lot of content you got to come up with. She took like a couple week break to, I guess, plan it all, but she's had other things happening in the between. And it's just crazy following the lead up, because I like learning about these types of things, because there's downtime in streams no matter what, but usually you want to fill the time and not have a lot of like dead air, which I've had a lot of that this stream because I've just been on for so long, and I feel like the fights have just gone so fast that there's a lot of downtime in between fights. But I don't usually like to have that much downtime. That's why I do like it when the guys are in here with me doing watch parties, because then I can bounce off of them, or they have something to say, asking me questions or stuff like that. And yeah, I just don't like to have a lot of downtime, but sometimes I have to remind myself that it's gonna happen here and there. And but yeah, being live for 30 days straight for an entire month, like 24/7 is crazy. I don't know that I could ever do anything like that. But I mean, it's fun. It's fun to watch, that's for sure. I mean, I don't know how many people will watch every single minute of all of it. Obviously, when they're sleeping, you're probably going to be sleeping, but it's just crazy to see people do stuff like that, especially when you watch them do other streams. Like I've seen her do like week-long streams where they're, 24/7 live, but never for the whole month. And I've seen other groups do it, like when the Phase group was doing it. They're no longer Phase, they're like Core now or something like that. But I learned from all these streams. I learned from them just by watching them. Like when I watched Streamer University, I learned a lot of stuff. Um, and a lot of it's entertaining anyway. But it's just fun stuff. And so I was just thinking about the fact that I've been on for this long, and then I have somebody who I watch going on for a month straight is nuts. And that starts today. It just kind of reminded me. So I'll be watching that, just seeing how things go and stuff. That's just my other form of entertainment besides like podcast and watching fights is, I watch these streams and I learn a lot of stuff from them. It's just interesting to me. Not to mention streams are big right now too. I mean, we see Rampage doing them. I don't know if you saw, but I saw a clip of Rampage earlier before I got started here. Rampage was live on his stream, and wherever he was, Conor McGregor showed up and jumped in and was saying what's up to him and talking to him. So that was kind of crazy to see Conor on a stream like that, especially just out of nowhere, wherever Rampage was. So it's interesting, man. It's interesting to see these people doing these streams. And, there's been some hard times for Rampage with his son and that whole thing. His son was streaming and then did the whole thing with the wrestler and all that shit. Winds up going to jail. Craziness, man. It's just craziness. There's a lot of crazy stuff that can happen. But Rampage is pretty fun with his stream. He talks a lot of shit to his chat, and they talk shit to him, and he does a lot of bits and stuff like that. So it's pretty funny. But like I said, I learned a lot of shit from it, because it's a lot of it is similar to what I do, except for I don't go out and do IRL streaming, and I'm not gaming. But the aspect of streaming in general, being live and in front of a mic, in front of a camera, just the basics of it is what I learned from. So that's why I watch them and shit like that. Like my daughter used to watch these Twitch streams all the time, and I was just like, what the fuck do they watch? They're just watching people play video games. And that's kind of what it was before. And then it's kind of evolved into this IRL streaming and stuff like that. And it just interests me. Like I never thought I'd be interested in watching any of these things. But to be honest with you, a lot of other things become just kind of slow and boring, like TV shows and stuff like that. To me, like I really have to get into them. They just don't make quality content like they used to, you know what I mean? As far as TV shows and shit, you get into the second or third season of something, and then you're just like, okay, this either needs to pick up or I'm done, or I just can't like follow it anymore. So, and same with movies, they're just recycling movies all the goddamn time and shit. It's just like, it's very rare that you get really good movies. So, watching these streams, it's like something different all the time. And you never know what can happen. There's things going on in the background you don't know about. And then you find out about them. And then you start to wonder and you start to pick up on when things might be going crazy in the background, or when things might be happening, or what's going to happen with this or that or the other thing. So that's what keeps me interested. But I just went on that rant because it was something to talk about. And I remembered the fact that that's happening today. So anyway, here's your next matchup. Alexander Rakic versus Marcin Tybura. Rakic 14-6 overall, 6-5 in the UFC, 27-11 for Tybura, 14-10 in the UFC. They both have 9 wins by KO TKO. 8 wins for Tybura by sub though, and he's got 10 wins by decision. Damn. And they're both on losing streaks. Tybura on a 2-fight losing streak, Rakic on a 4-fight losing streak. So we'll see if the move up in weight does good for Rakic, as he's coming up from light heavyweight, making his debut in the heavyweight division, and fighting somebody like Marcin Tybura, who's super inconsistent, and you really don't know what you're going to get from him. So we'll see what he has for Alexander Rakic as he comes up and into the heavyweight division. I meant to take a look and see. Oh, look at that. There's actually tickets that are only $300. Noche UFC is coming to Arizona in September. But unfortunately, I mean, the tickets are still fucking stupid. I mean, $300 is still a lot. I would rather pay 300 than 400, but I mean, like I said, it's going to be a minimum of 2 tickets that I'm going to need to get, maybe even 3, because I think my daughter wants to go too, which I mean, she would obviously probably pay for her own if she really wanted to go, but I don't think she wants to pay $300 or $400. So yeah, it's just, man, it's fucking tough. And they actually haven't really even disclosed it still says Noche UFC TBD versus TBD. So technically they haven't even they don't even have a main event yet. But I don't know if you can see this, but look at let's see if it focuses in. It's not going to, it's too bright. Anyway, it's like seating way up top, like way far away, and that's fucking $300 for one ticket. And it's like, man, I paid $300 to be somewhere mid-range. I don't want to pay $300 to be in the fucking nosebleeds as far up as possible. It doesn't mean that much to me. The tickets that I want, that would be are like $600 a piece, and it's not even like the best seats possible. So that's crazy. I don't know that I want to spend that money, but it's a damn shame because I would obviously love to go because it's here and it hasn't been here in a minute. But I don't even know what the main the main event's gonna be. So it's like, how do you commit to something like that when you don't even know what the main event's gonna be? It's like, yes, I'm a huge fan. Yes, I'm a huge enough fan to sit here for 6 hours and do this and watch the fights, one at a time and talk about them. But I don't know that I'm a huge enough fan to just commit to $300, $400 for each ticket and not even know who the main event is. Like, fuck all that. And I don't know what main event could actually get me out there for that, judging by the rest of the card too. If it was like a card like this where I knew I was going to get nonstop action, I would say, yeah, probably. But other than that, why do I want to spend that much money? It's just crazy. Tybura is the plus 290 underdog, which is kind of interesting considering Rakic is coming up from light heavyweight. So we'll see how that goes. He's 5-5 as a UFC underdog. His hair doesn't look as bad as it has in the past. I think you finally got the point. Well, we're halfway through the main card. 5-4 as a UFC favorite. He's a plus 370 favorite. We're halfway through the main card, and we'll now get into some twisted tea. It's only my second drink. Rocket Pop, this is one of the good ones. Granted, they're all good. My least favorite is the peach. It just gets to be a little bit much, but I like all the flavors of Twisted. It's just a good in-between kind of chill drink. You're not going to get like super drunk unless you drink a bunch of them. But they keep you going when you've had like a good, strong enough drink like an old-fashioned. So here we go. Marcin Tybura versus Alexander Rakic. Fourth fight of the night on the main card. We've had 3 fights and 3 finishes on the main card. Rakic coming out fast, man. Looking fast against Tybura. He doesn't look that much smaller, even though he was the light heavyweight. And he's throwing lots of punches and landing on Tybura too. Inside leg kick almost takes Tybura down with that leg kick. He's landing a lot of shots in between Tybura pressing forward. Another inside leg kick. Rakic just lots of punches and bunches coming at Tybura. And he's landing. That inside leg kick is really hurting Tybura. Ooh, good body kick by Rakic. Tybura trying to find some angles. Good body kick again by Rakic. Tybura pressing forward. A body kick for him that just landed. The broadcast was just talking about Tybura's kicks being pretty good for how big he is. Oh, good kicks coming from Tybura again to the body. They're trading body kicks right now. 3 minutes left in the first round. Rakic switching stances a lot. Ooh, good left hand by Rakic. Leg kicks again by Rakic, just trying to keep up with those leg kicks and wearing down Tybura. Tybura's face always gets red so fast. Tybura pressing forward with some pressure, but not really landing any of those punches. Ooh, good leg kick by Rakic. 2 minutes left in the first round. Let's see if we can get some action going here. Oh, Tybura coming in with a good combination. Landed 3 shots. Nothing massive, just 3 big shots landed to Rakic. Little slow going in this one. I mean, a couple of barrages here and there. Oh, Tybura landing an inside elbow there in that exchange. Landed a left hand on that one as well. Tybura just runs in with his head down and tries to land big shots, which is one of the things that drives me nuts about him. I hate the way he carries himself. I hate the way that he rushes in. I just hate his fighting style. It's just weird to me. I don't know if it's him or if it's just that I hate that kind of style. Oh, Rakic landing a head kick. Tybura is just like throwing paws. You know what I mean? When he's just like throwing something like that. Got to get some nicotine going. We got the Rogues. Oh, Tybura catches a kick, tries to take Rakic down. Isn't successful. Rakic gets away. Tybura with the head down and just punches like this. I mean, they're effective when they land, but it's just so strange to see him throw punches like that. That's the end of the first round. I feel like Rakic might have got the best of him in that round, especially with those leg kicks, taking his legs out from under him. He landed some big shots. I think Tybura landed a few shots of his own, but not as much as Rakic. And I think that Rakic with those leg kicks and stuff did the most damage. So I think it's 1-0 Rakic at this point. But those are just my opinions. We'll see what we got next for the next round. And Tybura just looks like he's deep in thought in the corner, and I don't know if he's just listening or what, but Tybura always looks like he's just unsure of everything. If he came in there with confidence and just didn't look like he was just worried about everything at all times, I might have a little more confidence in him. But I think that Rakic is wearing at those legs of his, especially because he stumbled him a little bit with one of those big inside leg kicks. He could take out a page out of Gugnon's book from earlier with that first fight of the night on the main card against Janicic and keep kicking those legs out from under him. But we'll see. Rakic is not ranked in the heavyweight division, as this is his first fight in the heavyweight division. But Marcin Tybura is ranked at number 13. So Rakic could get a pretty good win and move himself up in the rankings pretty quickly if he... Oh, spinning back fist almost caught Tybura clean. If he gets a win over Tybura here, does he take his ranking, or does he just get himself in the top 15 at least? Who knows? Damn. Rakic cut 38 pounds in his last heavyweight appearance. That's a lot. No wonder he moved up. Significant strikes, 52% for Rakic, 24% for Tybura. So Rakic, ooh, good left hand. Tybura's eye winking a little bit. He said, watch the hand, but I don't know if it really... Oh, it was an open fist. He kind of slapped him and put his finger in his eye. So that was an eye poke. It was legit. Tybura rushes in leading with his head, which is weird. That's Tybura's problem, I think. He leads with his head, and I feel like that puts him in a lot of trouble. Three minutes left in the second round. Tybura trying to put something together, but it's just not really working out for him. A lot of off-balance strikes, a lot of just random combinations being thrown out there. Rakic doesn't seem to be pressing forward as much as he was in the first round. Not sure why. He did just land a left hook. I don't know if he's taking this round off and just trying not to wear himself out too much or what. Oh, good shot by Tybura coming in with the right hand. Looks like he caught the ear of Rakic, because Rakic's ear is now bleeding. But Tybura with that awkward style, man, it just doesn't make sense. I've just never been a big fan of Tybura, honestly. And I mean, he's throwing like punches like this out there, which is strange too. Good leg kick for Tybura. Rakic trying to go for that inside leg kick again, but Tybura changed stances, so it missed. Pretty slow moving, man. This has probably been the slowest fight yet out of all the fights. Oh, head kick by Rakic, but it didn't land cleanly. 1:10 left in the second round. Yeah, this has definitely been one of the slowest fights yet. Tybura with the lead in right. How do you lead with your head even when you're throwing a kick? That's how weird Tybura is. He put his head down and led forward, but threw a kick. What the fuck? Threw a like a teep style kick too, not even like a roundhouse or anything, or like a wheel kick or anything. 25 seconds left in the second round. Good leg kick exchanges by both of these guys here. 10 seconds left in the second round. Oh, Tybura tried to throw a head kick, and Rakic threw like a low kick somewhere in there and tripped up Tybura as the bell rang. But nothing too crazy happening in that round, man. Um, just a lot of the same bullshit from Tybura, leading with his head, awkward style. Rakic seemed to have taken that round off or something because he threw minimal amount of strikes. Wasn't really throwing those leg kicks like he was in the first round, and that was doing well for him. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what changed, but he just kind of was lackluster in that second round. So I don't know that gives Tybura the second round as far as a win, because I wouldn't say that he did a whole lot in that round, but he might have edged that round out for himself. So if it's 1-1, Rakic should really turn it up here. And they're asking for more shots in the third round. So that's good. Good sense of urgency from the corner, making sure that Rakic knows that he needs to turn it up. And he comes out with a good combination right away. It doesn't really land, but he throws something quickly. I don't know how he could be up 2 rounds. It doesn't make sense. Rakic didn't do much in that second round. (2018) Rakic heading into the third. I don't know how somebody would think that, though. 1919 Rakic and Tybura both slowing down. 100%. 10-9 Rakic in the second? What? I don't understand how you would think that, though. First time we've seen a round 3 fight tonight. That's true. No, that's not true, because we had a decision in the prelims. So how is the UFC gonna how's the UFC gonna tweet out first third round fight we've seen tonight, and yet it's the second because we had a decision? Who did that shit? That's what Dana White's bitching about. You can't do that kind of shit. It's inaccurate. It's one thing to say it and then to be able to correct yourself in the moment, but when you put a tweet out there and then put it on the screen for the broadcast, it doesn't make sense. This is not the first third round. We had a decision in the prelims. Whatever. Anyway, Rakic pressing Tybura up against the cage. Not a whole lot different going here, except for Rakic putting forth a little more effort and taking control a little more in this third round, which could help with him because he 100% won that first. I'm not exactly sure how people think he won that second. But it was close. I mean, I guess it was close, but I thought Tybura did a little more. Rakic is landing those good short inside elbows as he's separating from Tybura, and then jumps right back into the clinch and keeps Tybura pressed up against the cage. I'm waiting for who's going to explode first out of this grappling exchange here, out of this clinch work, and see somebody. Rakic keeps trying to throw that elbow. He's had success with the first two. The third one was not so much. Tybura throwing some knees, trying to get that head of Rakic with the knee. Didn't work, though. We got 2:15 left in the third round. This is probably the most lackluster, somewhat slow, somewhat boring fight out of all the fights on the card, which is a damn shame because we had a great streak going of entertaining / finishes. It's either been an entertaining fight in the one other decision that happened. By the way, UFC, if you're listening, there was a decision in the prelims. What the fuck? If you're saying tonight, you can say in the main card the first 3 rounds, the first 3 round fight we've seen, but you can't say that for tonight as a whole because we had a decision in one of the prelim fights. I'll stop harping on that. I don't know. It's just annoying because we were talking about Dana complaining about writing the wrong names on stars in the crowd. Refs calling for action. We got 1:15 left in the third round. Tybura is shaking his head. in, you know, annoyance. Ooh, Rakic with the body shot to the uppercut, snapping Tiberia's head back, but he needs to add a little more of that going on in there, because now he's putting his head down and trying to maybe change levels on Tiberia. He's going to put himself in a bad position. Okay, he's back up. He's grabbing the cage. That's not good. Looks like both these guys are kind of tired. Rakic just has his head down as Tiberia presses it down further. Tiberia is going to try to take advantage if he can get his arm free and put a choke in maybe. 30 seconds left. Not a lot going on. Definitely the most boring fight on the card. Rakic with a good knee to the body and a good left hand. Ooh, Tiberia with a good knee to the body. Oh, the ref stopped it because Rakic keeps grabbing the cage. 10 seconds left. Tiberia trying to rush in. Rakic has a cut over his right eye. I mean, I would say Rakic has that win, but oh man, with the way that fight went, if they put it in, if they give it to Tiberia, that'd be a shame, kind of. But Rakic was grabbing the cage a lot, so that's, I don't know. That was a boring fight, though. That was a boring fight. That was definitely the worst fight of the card so far. We got 2 fights left, the co-main and the main. Of course, in the middle of the goddamn main card is where we get the worst fight of the night. That sucks. Rakic making his UFC debut in the heavyweight division. I feel like maybe a successful one, but definitely not a good one. We'll see what the judges, how the judges score it. Talk about killing the momentum. It's kind of what just happened here. I mean, the action has been real roller coaster like, just real high ups and then real low downs, because all the downtime in between the fights, because they've all been finishes in the first round for the most part, has made this drag out a little bit. But, that's just kind of what happens. It's a consequence of fast fights, and, can't complain too much when you're getting that many finishes, I guess. I'll be interested to see which way the judges see this fight. It should go to Rakic, but that's just my opinion. All right, here's the decision. Unanimous decision. 30-27 all the way around. Okay. Alexander Rakic. I guess I had it wrong. I don't know. Nothing stood out to me that said that Rakic won that second round, but I guess the judges saw it that way. 30-27 all the way around. I thought Rakic was lackluster in that second round. He threw a whole lot less strikes than he did in the first, but I guess he did enough to make it apparent that he won that second round. So I guess bad call on my end, but it just didn't seem like a whole lot was going on there for Rakic. Tiberia had some success here and there in that second round, but I guess it wasn't enough to, sway anybody in his direction for that win of the second round. But the first and third were pretty clear, I think. So it makes sense that Rakic wins regardless. Remember, unanimous decision just means that all judges agree that the one person fought. The amount of rounds that they won is a different story, and it doesn't reflect the amount of rounds that they won, except for the fact that they won enough rounds to win the fight. So it could mean that 2 judges saw it 30-27 and one judge saw it 29-28 or whatever. But either way, he got the win in his UFC heavyweight debut. So he didn't call anybody out. He just said he always fights whoever they give him. He never turns down a fight, and it's a good beginning for him in the heavyweight division. Which, yeah, it's a good beginning because he got the win, but it wasn't super impressive win. Well, he snaps that 4-fight losing streak that he was on, so that's good. This puts Marcin Tybura at a 3-fight losing streak, which is bad for him. Does he take his ranking? I guess maybe he would. But yeah, that puts him down to a 3-fight losing streak. And now Tybura's lost 2 decisions in a row and then 1 by TKO. So Rakic finally puts to rest that 4-fight losing streak he was on and gets a win by decision, which his last win was also by decision. His last 2 wins were by decision. So one of them was to Anthony Smith, by the way. And I guess during this little bit of downtime, I could talk about this Anthony Smith situation. It sounds like his wife, I heard something about the fact that his wife wasn't going to press charges. And she did say something in a statement that I guess his somebody in his team put out there. But she put something out that said, there's a lot I can say. There's not a lot I can say right now. I love Anthony with every ounce of my being. He's a good man, a great dad, and an incredible husband who loves us endlessly. Anyone that knows him can attest to that. They made a mental health struggle into something that wasn't. I am safe and always was safe. He would never hurt me, ever. I called for help to protect him from himself. So it sounds like maybe what his daughter was saying on social media to the people that were putting out videos about, him getting arrested and all this other shit was possibly true, or maybe she's covering up for something, and covering up, I say that loosely as in a good way. Sometimes, it's bad to be an enabler in certain aspects, but if it's out of his normal demeanor and element to do something that he was doing, it could have just been caused by the alcohol, which he chose to drink, by the way. So I'm not condoning or making excuses for him, but people have bad days, bad nights, especially when alcohol is involved. And again, I hate talking about this sometimes because I'm sitting here drinking an alcoholic beverage of my own. But the difference is that I can handle my alcohol in the way that I don't overdo it. I don't feel the need to overdo it. And while I like having a drink or two, I don't have to have a drink or two that then leads into finishing a bottle or 25 drinks. You know what I mean? So, she could be just saying like, hey, listen, he wasn't trying to hurt me. Whether he actually was or not, I don't know. Maybe this is the first time something like this has happened and she just doesn't want something bad to happen to him. And doesn't want to get him taken away from his family because of the fact that all I've ever heard about him and his family is that he loves them and he cares about them. And I understand that feeling. And sometimes you just do bad shit and you make a bad decision and it can cost you your life. It can cost you your freedom. It can cost you your family. It can cost you your job. There's a lot of things that you can lose. And when you're in the public eye, it's even worse. So, you know what I mean? Like that's one of those things that is just, it's a tough situation. But, when the police get involved, it doesn't matter what your wife says, whether you were trying to hurt her or not. If there's witnesses and proof that you did something like possibly accelerate towards her with a vehicle, the police are going to be the ones that make the decision to take you into custody and press those charges against you. So that's just how those things work. And that's why you have to be careful with the decisions you make and not make rash decisions against especially people you love, because they can cover for you all they want. But if there's witnesses and people and police involved, sometimes it's out of your control. So it's unfortunate what happened. I don't know that is the man he is, but he made a few bad decisions, and he had a bad night. So hopefully he gets the help he needs. And if she's telling the truth, or is at least saying that she doesn't believe that that's something he would do on a constant basis, then I hope he gets some leniency for it. But also, sometimes when you make a bad decision, you have to just be held accountable for it. So who knows? I don't know that I want to believe that that's the type of guy he is, but I do believe that alcohol's a problem for him, and he should definitely get some help with that. So with that being said, I'll probably talk more about that on the recap for tomorrow. So don't miss that. Make sure you hit that notification bell if you're subscribed, so that you know when I put out any other content or go live. If you're not subscribed already, please do that as well. And if you do nothing else, please at least like this video. Hit the like button while you're here, whether you're here live or here after the fact. So we got Navajo Sterling making his way out to the cage right now in the inspection zone as we speak. Here's your next matchup: Jan Blachowicz versus Navajo Sterling. Blachowicz, 43 years old, Sterling 28. Sterling undefeated at 10-0, 5-0 in the UFC. Blachowicz 12-8 in the UFC. No submission wins or losses for Sterling. Let me hit that one more time. Blachowicz 9-2 by KO TKO, 9-2 by sub, and 11-7 by decision. Sterling's won all his fights by KO TKO or decision. He's on a 5-fight win streak, while Blachowicz is on a 2-fight losing streak. So yeah, this should be a fairly decent matchup. I think Blachowicz definitely has the tougher strength of schedule. He wins in that manner. His 2 losses are to, well, he had a majority decision draw against Bogdan Guskov in his last fight, but the 2 fights before that, he lost by unanimous decision to Carlos Olberg, who's the current champion, and then he lost a split decision to Alex Pereira before that. He also had a split decision, or a split draw, to Magomed Ankalaev before that Pereira loss. So Navajo Sterling, like I said, 5-0 in the UFC. And those 5 wins haven't been against the toughest opponents, as far as the opponents that obviously Blachowicz has fought against. Sterling, TKO win over Ian Cutelaba in his last fight. TKO win against Bruno Lopez before that. Decision wins in every other fight before those 2 TKO wins. So, and it was to Adolfo Bellato, Ivan Erslan, and Tugo Tugos. So it's either a finish on the feet for Sterling or a decision win. He has no losses as of yet, and Blachowicz has a little bit of everything going on. Way more decisions than anything, but pretty close on the submissions and KO TKOs for him. Thanks again for the consistency since the AM. Yes, sir. Of course. You know, I try to be here as much as I can. I'll go live anytime it works with my schedule. But as far as Thursdays and Sundays go, I'm always here. And I don't miss too many. I try to stay consistent with those days at least. And I try to do watch parties for any of the fight cards that make sense for me. And most of the time, it's the numbered cards that I have guests in here with me, and if I don't have anybody with me, I'll still do it solo. So it's fun, man. This is what I like to do. Even with the downtime, even with the disappointment of certain fights, I'm still here doing the damn thing. And I've been here since 7 a.m. I'm going on, it's about to hit 5 hours of streaming, which is cool. I've only done this one other time, and yeah, I like it. We're in the co-main event. We've only had 2 decisions out of the whole card. And only one of those has been kind of boring, and that was that last one. So yeah, it's been a fun day of fights, and hopefully we get a good one here for the co-main event. Let's get back to the finishing ways. Maybe make it quick, and we'll see if Sterling comes out with the win, because that's who I had winning this fight. Let me double check and take a look at the fight wheel, see what I had for the last one. I went with Rakic. The fight wheel predicted Tybura. So far I'm beating the fight wheel. Let's see. The fight wheel is 0-4. Damn. I am 2-4. So yeah, interesting there. But 2-4. That's not a great record so far. Wait, 2-4 is 6. Wait, what am I talking about? 2-2. 2-2 while the fight wheel is 0-4. That makes more sense. So I'm at 500 right now. Let's see if I can pull out these last 2 wins to be 4-2 overall. I did pick Sterling for this fight while the fight wheel predicted Tybura. So we'll see how it goes. And what did the fight wheel predict for the main event? Let me double check. We both picked Medić, so we both picked Sterling, we both picked Medić. So yeah, the fight wheel can, if I get these 2 right, so will the fight wheel, and the fight wheel will be 2-4, and then I'll be 4-2. So that'll be good for me. And the fight wheel doesn't care if it's right or wrong, because it's totally random. And yeah, it's basically just a web page. All right, here we go. Let's get started with this first round. Jan Blachowicz versus Aljamain Sterling. No, Navajo Sterling in the light heavyweight division. Sterling undefeated. Blachowicz a lot older at 43. Let's see how we go. Sterling getting those inside leg kicks going early. Oh, head kick for Sterling, and he falls to the mat. Blachowicz comes in, but gets turned around as Sterling stands up and presses him up against the cage. He tried to jump on him and see if he could take advantage of Sterling losing his balance. Instead, he gets pressed up against the cage. He's got the underhooks on Sterling, though, so Sterling isn't really threatening with those with that takedown just yet. As long as Blachowicz has those underhooks, he ain't gonna get taken down unless Sterling trips him. He almost did. Now they separate back to the center of the cage. Sterling again with the inside leg kicks. 2 in a row there. Oh, outside leg kick that time. Oh, Blachowicz seemed to have caught Sterling with a short left hand. Sterling went down for a quick second. That Polish power is working for Blachowicz at the moment. Yeah, it was a straight left. Sterling seemed to have caught Blachowicz as well, but Sterling was the one that went down to a knee. He's got to watch out for that Polish power, that's for sure. More leg kicks as Sterling is pawing at his nose, which probably got busted in that exchange. Yep, it's bleeding a little bit. Ooh, good body shot by Sterling. Good inside leg kick as well. Mixing things up well. That was a good straight jab by Sterling. Continues with the leg kicks. Oh, good right hand by Sterling, and he drops Blachowicz. Jumps on top of him in his guard, landing elbows. Ground and pound furiously. And now he's slowing down as Blachowicz is seems to be okay at the moment, but Sterling just landed an elbow. Oh, Blachowicz is busted open by his eye. Looks like the inside of his eye. Sterling is continuing to throw ground and pound, throwing elbows. Oh, big elbow again right there. Now he stands up and he's ground and pound. That's it. Navajo Sterling with the first round finish against Jan Blachowicz. Blachowicz is bleeding profusely out of his eye. I don't know where the cut is, but it looked like it was on the inside of his eye, like the inside corner maybe. Unless that was just blood splatter, I'm not sure. Navajo Sterling with a statement win here against Blachowicz, the vet. A lot of people were saying that Sterling might not be able to handle somebody like Blachowicz, but oh, that was a nasty elbow. So it kind of grazed his. Oh, okay, so it was a cut under the right eye of Blachowicz that he's leaking from, and that came from an elbow that landed across the face of Blachowicz coming from Sterling. Wow. What a finish by Navajo Sterling in the first round, bringing it back to that exciting finishes in the first round for the fight, as we've seen throughout most of this card. And a lot of people, like I said, were doubting that Sterling would be able to handle somebody like Blachowicz, but he definitely got the best of him. He did get dropped quickly by a straight left that Blachowicz landed on him, but he was able to recover after, feeling his nose up a little bit, knowing that it was busted open, and he pounced on Blachowicz and wound up dropping him and taking him out in the first round. All right, here we go with the official decision. Lioness coming back tomorrow. That's actually a really good show. I didn't give it much of a chance in the beginning. My wife was watching a couple of the first shows. Oh, wow. That gash on Blachowicz under his eye is crazy. But that show's pretty good, by the way. Navajo Sterling faces a little bit of adversity there, getting dropped by a short straight left. Gets his nose busted up a little bit, but is able to recover and come back with a big win over Jan Blachowicz, and is able to continue to be undefeated. That's a big win for him, considering his strength of schedule wasn't that crazy coming into this fight, and to be able to come in and finish a former champion in Blachowicz, like, that's a great win for him, especially since he's still undefeated. Oh yeah, that right hand landed right on the chin. Blachowicz just kind of went limp a little bit, and Navajo just pushed him, took him off balance, dropped him, and then pounced on him with big elbows that opened up Blachowicz. Calling out Roundtree or Paulo Costa. He said he's going to whoop that ass. All right. Good call out for Sterling. Good showing for Sterling. A lot of people doubted that he could get the win over Blachowicz, and he did. So good win for Navajo Sterling, man. They're saying that puts him in the top 10. So he takes his undefeated record. He beats a older vet in Jan Blachowicz and former champion as well. So all right, all we got left is the main event. Uroš Medić versus Daniel Rodriguez coming up next. And that will do it for UFC Belgrade after that. So we'll see if the first round finishes continue. We've only had 2 decisions throughout the entire card. Otherwise, no fight has gone past the second round. And every fight that hasn't been a decision, well, that doesn't make sense. Of course, it's been a finish. But every other fight has been a finish. So we'll see what we get here with the main event. D-Rod back to the skin. Complete skin fade. Not even fade. Complete bald instead of any hair. Which shows off those head tattoos, which is kind of crazy. What is this commercial? Oh, happy 250th from Dana White in the UFC. All right. One more twisted to end off UFC Belgrade. Now that we're moving into this main event. And yeah, cheers to everybody out there. Anybody that's still in here watching. I know it's been a long stream. We're going on 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's been fun. It's been some good fights. Good fight card all the way around. Only one fight that hasn't been the best, which was Rakic versus Tabura. But still picked that one correctly. So can't complain too much. It's been pretty good. And just a whole bunch of finishes, some really good knockouts, some good submissions, and one of the decisions even being an all-out war, which I'm not surprised by with Rebecca. Nine first-round finishes, which is a record. So that's pretty impressive. Mobland. I got to get back into that. I watched the first couple of episodes, and then I don't know, something took me away. I didn't really watch the rest of the first season, but maybe I'll go back and watch it because it's coming back. Bobby showed what an active fighter can do in boxing ring. True, but you know, it was considered somewhat sparring. You know what I mean? So my only thoughts on that is, you know, he was sparring kind of lower level fighters. He did well. And he was showing off in there, talking shit or whatever. But you know, like what would happen in a true matchup in a ring? I don't know. MMA fighters just haven't had the best luck against boxers in a true boxing match. So it's kind of tough to really say that that really proves anything. But, you know, it was fun to see. And it was cool to see that Bobby was able to get in there and really just tear a boxer apart, basically. He's got an awkward style. He keeps his hands down at his waist, and he talks a lot of shit, throws you off mentally and stuff. So he's got a lot of things working for him. That isn't just the actual combat itself, but but when it comes down to it, Bobby Green is obviously talented. And even though, you know, he's inconsistent in the cage sometimes, that's doing what he does against some of the best in the world in the UFC. So he's definitely active, though. That you can't deny that. He unexpectedly put one on the scoreboard. Yeah. If it was an official match, though, it would have been better. Since we're leading into this, damn. Since we're leading into this main event, I'm gonna wake myself up a little bit and give another shout out to my sponsor, Noctane Smelling Salts. Scan that QR code or hit the link in the description below. It's always there in all my all my videos, and you can go check out their website, learn a little more about smelling salts, what they're used for, what they're good for. Oh man, I'm choking on my own spit over here. But let's take another whiff before we end this today. And here we go. Oh. Okay. That got a little more strong since the last time I did it. Woo. This is the most potent bottle. The red cap, there is different potencies, and you can add different scents to it as well to take that harsh smell off. It's ammonia, so it's a little harsh, but that's part of the, you know, effectiveness of it. So you can add a scent to it just to make it smell a little better, but it does still stay effective, and it's a good product. So go check it out. Thank you, Noctane, for the sponsorship. And here we go. The walkouts are beginning for Uroš Medić versus D-Rod Daniel Rodriguez. Here's your matchup. Medić 13-3 overall, 7-3 in the UFC, 11-1 by KO TKO, 2-2 by sub, 0-0 by decision, 10-4 in the UFC for D-Rod, 9-1 by KO TKO, 4-1 by sub, 7-3 by decision. They're both on 3-fight win streaks, but the difference is Uros Medić had his 3-fight win streak happen throughout the time that D-Rod has been out. He was in prison for 8 months in Mexico for taking weed over the border, and he got caught. So he's only been out for a couple months now, and he's one of 32 active American UFC welterweights. Oh shit. Okay. But you know, he's been out for that year. He didn't really get good nutrition, good food, wasn't training in the most effective ways, but still trying to keep active and keep in shape while he was in prison. But it's hard to do that with those kind of surroundings. So we'll see how he bounces back. Going up against Uros Medić, who's the hometown favorite here, and who has been super active because, like I said, his 3-fight win streak has happened in the amount of time that D-Rod has been gone. So it's been a year since D-Rod has fought last, and in that year, Uros Medić went 3-0. Damn, D-Rod, his entire head is tatted up, man. I'm not sure. I mean, he's got a hairline of tattoos. Like, literally, his hairline is tatted. It's insane. But I'm not sure that I could tap my head like that. That would be nuts. There's a couple spots on my head that I'm just like, that wouldn't feel good, man. Yeah, that part's just not for me. I don't know if that's the Atlanta A on his eye, but if it is, I respect it. Um, I'm not sure. He's an LA guy, so I'm not sure why he would have the Atlanta A on his eye, under his eye, but maybe it was a cover up. And but you would think he'd put LA up there. I'm not sure why he has the Atlanta A. It's kind of just off compared to what we know of him. Maybe he's got some kind of affinity for Atlanta, though. Like me, I'm from Arizona, but I love the Braves. The Braves have always been my team. So, but I know he reps LA hardcore. Maybe he just doesn't rep LA as in the Dodgers. But I doubt it. I'm sure he's a Dodger fan. Who knows? I wonder if that's something I could find out. Maybe a quick Google might help me out with that one. Because I am kind of curious as to why he has that. He debuted the facial ink ahead of his UFC fight in September 22. It says it is an Atlanta Braves, but it says it's a lowercase a. It's not. It's the actual. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so there was something. I saw this tweet yesterday and asked Rodriguez about it when I saw him. The area he grew up in is Atlantic Street in LA, which they refer to as the ATL. So the tattoo is a tribute to the area where he grew up, and it isn't baseball related, aside from the logo itself. Okay. And he's wearing a Dodger hat. So that's kind of confusing because that is the Atlanta A. When it comes down to it, it is. So just because they refer to an area as the ATL, he got that, and I get it. You know, it's his own meaning for it. But if you look at it quickly, you just think, oh, that's the Atlanta A. I mean, a lot of people get the Atlanta A and the Alabama A, like the collegiate team, mixed up. And sometimes when I'm wearing my Braves hat, people are like, oh, you're an Alabama fan? I'm like, hell no. I'm an Atlanta Braves fan. Atlanta Braves is more cursive, while the Alabama A is more like just a fluent, like A with a couple lines. Like there is a difference in the A. But like I said, I'm from Arizona. You would think that the A I'd be repping is an Arizona Diamondbacks A, but it's not. I grew up watching the Braves before the Arizona Diamondbacks even existed. So I just stayed loyal to my team, and I've been with them throughout the ups and downs of the entire span of my life with the Braves. So that's just been my team. So I stick with it. I like the Diamondbacks, don't get me wrong, for hometown reasons, home state reasons, I should say. But when it comes down to it, I'm a Braves fan through and through. So usually you'll see me, if you look at any of my other videos, I either have a Colts hat on, which is very rare. It's only during football season, because I am a Colts fan, or I have an Atlanta Braves hat on. I have had Arizona Diamondbacks hats in the past, and I feel like I need to get some again in the near future, because I do like the Diamondbacks, like I said, because they are my home state, and I do like the actual logo and the gear as well. So in the near future, I might be purchasing some Arizona Diamondbacks hats. I actually bought one for my pops, who's a Diamondbacks fan as well. And I actually like that hat a lot. I wouldn't mind getting that hat for myself. But there's a lot of really good Diamondbacks hats out there. And shit, for the fashion and for the fact that I live in Arizona, I might have to buy myself a Diamondbacks hat again. It's been a minute since I've sported a D-backs hat, though. Because, again, I've been a lifelong Braves fan. And that's because back in the day here in Arizona, I mean, we only had Chicago and Atlanta. I mean, we had TNT and we had WGN. And so you could only watch either the Cubs, the White Sox on WGN, or you could watch, not TNT, TBS, or you could watch the Braves on TBS. Those were the only baseball games I could really get here, unless something was on somewhere else that I could possibly watch. But we didn't have like MLB packages and all that. So I took to being a Braves fan because I liked the Braves for some reason. At the time, I liked the roster, the lineup, the players. So I wound up being a Braves fan and was a Braves fan before they won the championship won the World Series in 95. So I stuck with them. And that's just been my team ever since. My sister's a big Braves fan too, for the same reason. We would sit down and watch the Braves on TV all the time. And we would go as far as having because in Little League, my sister would actually keep score sometimes on the actual official like scorekeeping book. So we would sit down with scorekeeping books and watch games on TV and keep score. I'm talking like balls and strikes and what hits were given, and then we would add it all up in the end and have the stats right there in front of our face, which was pretty in-depth and a little obsessive, but it was just fun to do. It was something to do. That's what we would do back in the day before we had internet and all that shit. So, because I am old enough to know what it was like before having internet. Before I had internet, that's for sure. So, but before it existed even, probably, actually. So, anyway, D-Rod and Uroš Medić are in the cage. We got Bruce Buffer making the announcements, getting ready to get this main event started. Oh, I was like, why am I hot? I never turned the other fan back on. So I picked Uroš Medić. So did the fight wheel predictions. As of right now, the fight wheel is 1-4, and I am 3-2. Damn, the whole crowd said it's time with Bruce Buffer. That was pretty cool. I know it's happened before, but it was pretty apparent this time. Damn, lots of boos for D-Rod. Damn, Uroš Medić is a minus 400 favorite. Whew, he's 5-2 as a favorite in the UFC. I did not realize he was that much of a favorite. Are we going to get another early finish here? I don't know. But that's been the constant in these fights, is a lot of first round finishes. We have 9 so far, which is record breaking. We'll see if we get the 10th here. But otherwise, can we get a finish regardless? We'll see. I would love to say D-Rod. I would love to see D-Rod get the win. I just don't know that he can beat somebody like Medić. I would love to see D-Rod get the win because of the fact that he was in prison. I know it was his own doing, but it's not like he did anything violent or crazy. He just had some weed on him and went to Mexico and made that mistake. But we'll see if he can overcome that layoff of a year while Medić was on a 3-fight win streak while he was in prison. So we'll see. Starting off with some leg kicks for D-Rod. Oh, he takes the leg out from under Medić right away. Oh, big left hand for Medić, and Medić jumps on him after he drops him, kicks him into the body, finishes him with Yeah, with ground and pound, and it's over. Quick finish for Uroš Medić. Holy shit. Oh man. That was a nasty knockdown. He took a big chance at that body kick, because if he would have landed to the head, that would have been a disqualification for him 100%. But it looked like D-Rod was arguing that call a little bit. I'm not sure that was holy shit. The crowd is going insane. Yeah, that was nuts, man. I'm not sure that that D-Rod really has a reason to be, complaining about that stoppage, but he got dropped, and he got dropped hard. Medić just came out fast and furious, man. Whew. What an ending. Yet again, a record-breaking 10 first-round finishes. That was a big left hand across the face of D-Rod. Follows it up with a punch to the chest with that right hand. And then he does hit him in the back of the head. How do you think Medić does against Prates and Morales? I think both those guys... I think the fight against Prates would be a little difficult, because Prates is a little more controlled. He's not as wild and crazy. But if Medić comes out like that against Morales and catches Morales, he could definitely do well against him. But Morales hits hard, so he would have to get to Morales before Morales gets to him. And they both kind of have that just running at each other style if they did that. But against Prates, I think Prates would definitely take his time and kind of pick apart Medić a little more. I'm not saying that I think Morales is overall better than Prates. I mean, Prates is overall better than Medić, but at the same time, I kind of am saying that. I think Prates has a little more to his game than Morales does. I think Morales just has that speed and power advantage. Morales swing the wildest of the three. Exactly. That's what I mean. And it feels like that's kind of what Medić just did. I mean, it was some precise strikes, but he did come out fast and just fucking threw hard. And if he did that against Morales, I think he'd have a great chance. If he does that against Prates, Prates will use his footwork and his his fight IQ to get away from it. But Medić seems like the type of guy who would be able to compose himself well enough to make it a good fight. I just think against Morales, it's either take him out or get taken out quickly. They would get into a crazy brawl, I think. Just from what I've seen, but who knows? But that was an impressive win against D-Rod. I hate to say it, though, he was a minus 400 favorite. D-Rod's been out for a year. That makes his fourth win in a row for Uroš Medić, all in the first round, all finishes. And that's just kind of the trajectory he was on. D-Rod was on a 3-fight win streak as well, but that time off, being in the conditions he was in, was just not good for him. So Prates got amazing leg kicks, JDM told me. Yeah, no, that's true. And Prates has a lot more to his game. That's what I'm saying. Morales is just all about, using his speed to bum rush and using his power to take advantage. And yeah, D-Rod just doesn't have any of that. Medić just was too much. That's why he was a minus 400 favorite. It's unfortunate. I don't know that D-Rod would have done any better had he not been in prison for 8 months before and been out of the game for a year. I don't know that anything would have been different. Maybe just not as quick of a loss, but that's about it. Medić is super emotional right now. Whew, okay. Super emotional for Medić, but hey, man, when it comes down to it, that was a great win for him. And that was a great card of fights, man. We had 10 first round finishes, record breaking finishes there. Every fight except for 2 out of all, what is it, 8 and 5 is 13. No, 8 and 6, so 14 fights, only 2 went to decision, and only one of those was boring. This was one of the best cards in a while for a fight night. So I give a lot of credit to this card. I'm glad I went live for this, and I was pretty happy with the outcome of all of it. So, man, thank you to everybody who supported. Thank you to everybody who jumped in. The matchmakers better not mess with the fights at welterweight. Yeah. Yeah, so thank you to everybody who jumped in the chat and interacted and supported. Please make sure you hit that like button before you get out of here. And if you're watching this later, please hit that like button as well. Yeah, just make sure that you come back for the recap tomorrow. Recap of UFC Belgrade. We'll talk about the PFL fights that happened yesterday and any other news in combat sports. And yeah, make sure you like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, do all the good stuff you got to do for YouTube to help support me and grow my channel. I'd appreciate it. That's it for me. Thanks for hanging out. It's been a long one, 5.5 hours. Come back tomorrow for the recap. All right, that's it for me. I'm out of here. Take it easy. Peace.